Hi, everyone. My name is Linda Honorevoli. I'm the Executive Director of Handbell Musicians of America, and I am here today with the lovely and talented and well-lit Ed Rollins. Ed, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
Ready
unable
for
to hear
fun?
Ed. I'm not sure why.
Oh, Ed's doing
So
something
I'll keep
silly.
talking until we can figure that out. Thank you all for joining us today for Ring-a-Thon, presented by Handbell Musicians of America. We have 6 hours of performances, interviews, games, prizes, and so much more. This is also a fundraiser for Handbell Musicians of America. We are a nonprofit organization founded 69
Mhm.
years ago. Hard to believe. For those of you who don't know about our organization, we are dedicated to advancing the art of handbell ringing through education, community, and communication. HMA, as we're known, has 12 regional areas all throughout the country. And this is a pretty special day for me. Last year at this time, I was one of the guests on Ring-a-Thon as the new executive director who had just been hired. And I am approaching my 1 year anniversary, which is unbelievably hard for me to imagine. Ed's cheering. I hope everyone else feels the same way. I'm happy to be here still after a year. Um, Ed, can you speak to see if we can hear you?
Well, I can speak, but I don't know that you can hear me.
There he is. Ed,
I am?
first, before I give you the floor, Ed, which you very well
Okay.
deserve just because of the suit alone, quite frankly,
uh,
I wanted to
Pretty.
thank Derek Nance, who is coordinating this entire extravaganza. And I feel for him because it's like herding a bunch of technologically challenged cats. So, Derek, thank you for everything you're doing. And to all the volunteers and staff who are working behind the scenes and behind their monitors right now and who are frantically texting each other saying, "What's happening? When do I go on?" And I also want to thank Michelle Sherrick, who is our interviewer tonight for the third year in a row. We are so grateful to Michelle for being part of this again. So, Ed, take it away.
Hey, thanks. I'm glad you can hear me. This is the third annual, and it's become a great event to share what we do, to share how we do it, and just to get together. It's a lot of fun. And as you may recall, first year we earned $15,000. 15,000 was donated. Last year we eclipsed $10,000, and 10,000 is our goal today. But we're hoping, always hoping, for that higher number. You can contribute, and I'm surprised. Do we have any? We haven't even got it. I need to hear the phones in the background ringing so that we can start adding to our collection here. You can go to PayPal and connect with us that way. You can get on, make a donation, get your name on the Wheel of Fortune, which is the fun thing that we do. Um, we have several grand prizes this year, not to mention several, I think, a trip to our national seminar this summer, at least your registration paid. But we also have grand prizes, and these grand prizes are amazing. And so every donation means that you have a chance to win these grand prizes. And here we have this year two commissions, one each from Sandra Tucker. Oh my gosh, she has written some amazing things. And Hart Morris. Everybody loves Hart. And it's amazing. We appreciate them donating these commissions so that you can have them have access to winning them. So the more you give, the more chances you're going to have to win one of those commissions. And now to tell you about that Wheel of Fortune, we have our own wonderful fortune person, J.R. Smith. J.R., tell us about the prizes and the prize wheel.
Okay, are we ready?
J.R. is had this. J.R.
No
had the
worries.
same
Ed and I
issue.
can chat.
Yeah, this is good. Go
Ed
ahead,
and I can
Leanna.
totally chat. So, Ed, first of all,
Hmm.
uh, Thank you for everything you've done for me over the past year. For those who don't know, Ed is our business manager, but prior to that, he was the interim executive director at Handbell Musicians of America for 2 years.
Not quite, but close.
Close, and he lives to
Yeah.
tell. So, so I appreciate that he was willing to stay on staff. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what your contributions will do for HMA. We, as I mentioned before, we're a nonprofit organization, and one of the things that we do is advocate for handbells as an art form, but also for music education in general for all ages. And I'm going to give you a few things about music education that you may not know the benefits of it. Musical instruments can teach discipline. Kids who learn to play an instrument can learn a valuable lesson in discipline. They have to set aside time to practice. They have to rise to the challenge of learning to master playing their instrument. Music education develops critical thinking. Kids who study the arts learn to think creatively. They learn to think outside of the box and realize that there might be more than one answer to a question, which as adults we know there generally is. Kids learn teamwork through ensemble playing and ensemble singing. In groups, kids work together to learn how to build camaraderie. And music performance involves risk taking. I think we all know that. Anyone who's on this, watching this right now, who is a musician, knows that there's a lot of risk that you take when you get on a stage. It can bring a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety, and performing teaches you how to take the risks and deal with the fear and then help you become successful to reach your potential. I know myself, I've suffered from stage fright. Ed, have you ever had that?
When I was playing more, there was always a few songs that just and I have some memorable mistakes that occurred through the years. Oh, there's Ed again when you hear the recording, but yeah, I think everybody can freeze a little bit. The thing about it is just getting in front of people on a regular basis, you lose some of that, and that takes a while to do.
Absolutely. I have a couple of memories as a singer. For those who don't know, I was trained as a classical singer, and I've done musical theater and some opera work, and some also, rock and band work. There's a karaoke machine and a Pat Benatar song, you know what's going to happen. Anyway, but I do remember standing out on a stage during a recital and forgetting the entire second verse to an aria. Thankfully, it was in another language, so the majority of the audience would have no idea that I was singing the wrong thing. So I just did verse number one all over again. And I teach voice, and I teach my kids the same thing. Just keep singing. It's like, isn't there some fish, a dory or something? Just keep on swimming or something like that. But same concept. Just keep singing.
Hey,
just whatever you need to say.
I see we have money that has been donated. Our first donations. Yay.
All right.
Thank you. We're on our way, folks.
We are on our way. I can say with certainty that donation came from inside the house. It came from my mom. So Patricia Foote in the house. Gotta love moms.
That's terrific.
So I think JR is still having some technical difficulties. So I'm going to keep telling you really great things about music education.
Well, I think one thing, though, Linda.
Oh, go ahead, Ed. Sorry.
One thing that you pointed out was it doesn't have to be a member to donate. Tell your friends, tell your coworkers, tell them to give them the access to the YouTube channel, let them watch what we're doing, and let them know that they can help donate. If most people have choirs and not everybody in the choir is a member. So get your choirs to donate. How about $5 from each person in your choir? Wouldn't that be terrific?
Oh, that would be terrific. I will say with absolute certainty that would be terrific. You certainly don't have to be a member to donate. We would love it if you would become a member, but again, not required. So I've been spreading the joy about this event on my social media pages, and I fully expect all those for whom I have purchased many items from your children over the years for their fundraisers. I have given my time and talents to your nonprofits because I've been a nonprofit my whole career and been spending lots of time with other nonprofit folks. And I've given, I'm calling them to the carpet now and say, all right, it's time. Click the PayPal link. It's time to give back to Aunt Linda for all of the wrapping paper and chocolate she's purchased over the year, over the years. At this point, I just learned that JR's technology is now working, so we are going to toss it over to him, JR Smith.
At least let's hope it's working. Do you hear me? Okay, great. Usually I'm not the one with the technical difficulties. This year I'm the one messing it all up. So we've got the return of our prize wheel again. You'll notice beside me that it's an empty prize wheel. There are no names on it yet. How do I get my name on the prize wheel, you ask? So we've got a couple of ways. One, throughout the evening, we're going to be flashing trivia questions up on the screen. And the first 5 people who answer the trivia question correctly in the chat will get their name put up on the wheel. Another way is by donating. If you donate anywhere between $1 and $99, we'll put your name on the wheel. Anything between $100 and $2.99, we'll put your name up 2 times on the wheel. And anything for $300 or more, we'll put your name 3 times up on the wheel. So there are lots of opportunities to get chances to win some of our great prizes. And at the end of each segment, we've got some prizes that we'll give away by spinning the wheel. There was something else I was going to say. All my technical difficulties have drained my brain. But anyway, those are the ways to get your names up on the wheel. Oh, yeah, the rules for this year. So throughout the evening, we will be giving away prizes, like I said, but anytime you win a prize, for the time being, we will take your name back off the wheel because we want as many people as possible to win prizes. However, when it comes to giving away our grand prizes at the end of the evening, we will put all those names back on the wheel so that everybody at least has a chance at one of the grand prizes. So watch your screen for trivia questions, get your credit card out, follow that link and donate, and we'll send it back to Linda and Ed.
We're back. Oh, the sun must be setting out in Missouri because your lights are changing, Ed.
Yeah, it's sun setting and it's raining, so it's a double whammy. I have to find my little round circle.
There you go. So just before we toss to Michelle, I wanted to tell everybody that for those who don't know, HMA staff is now located all over the country. We are a remote organization. Ed is based in Missouri, as I just mentioned. JR is in Ohio. Marie Clyott Larson is in Ohio. I am coming to you from beautiful Southwest Florida, where it is 85 degrees outside right now. Anyway, so and I have my air conditioner down because I'm wearing a sweater. So anyway, we'll share more about all the fun stuff that happens at HMA soon. But for now, I want to introduce you to Michelle Sherrick, who is our host for the afternoon and evening.
Hi, everybody. This is Michelle. It's great to see all of you here. I'm checking out the YouTube chat over here on my iPad, and I have power this year, as that's already been a topic of discussion in the chat. So hopefully it'll stay for the whole broadcast. Our first guest today is Leanna Wilmore from Bells at Temple Square. So is she ready to come on, Derek? Okay, so we have a video of her right now, of her group, the Bells on Temple Square. This is from their Visions of the Season annual holiday concert, which was streamed live back in November. This is Do You Hear What I Hear, arranged by Sandra Ethan and played by Bells on Temple Square. Enjoy. Hi, this is Michelle again. I'm here with Leanna Wilmore from the Bells at Temple Square. Welcome, Linda. Leanna. Oh gosh, I'm
Yeah,
so sorry.
yes, okay. That's good. That's good. You said it right first. I'm happy to be here. Very happy to be invited to
That's great.
participate.
So that was such a beautiful arrangement, a beautiful performance, beautiful video of that piece by Sandy Ethan. So congratulations, that was great.
Thank you.
I know that in your notes say that in March of 2005, the musical tradition of Temple Square added the Bells at Temple Square, which is part of the Temple Choir at Temple Square organization in Salt Lake City. So what prompted the Tabernacle Choir organization to start a handbell choir? How did you become the director?
Well, it's kind of a long story, but our current director at that time, Craig Jessup of the Tabernacle Choir, had been on a mission to England and loved the handbells. And he started inviting a high school choir, which is directed by Tom Waldron, to come and perform occasionally with the Tabernacle Choir. And then we had a donor that said they would give us $70,000. And he decided to put that into bells. And he and Tom worked together and decided the configuration, just how many bells that they would purchase. And they actually went fishing together and had a big discussion about it. But they,
As one does.
yes, as one does, and decided on a two-set handbell choir, that because our stage could handle that. And then they could play with the Tabernacle Choir on occasion, and then they could play alone on occasion and do their own concerts. And we, of course, we're so excited. They had an audition, and I was part of that. I was invited then to be the associate director. So I came on board right at 2005. We had an audition and we advertised it in the paper and online, and we had 120 people. No, excuse me, 200. 200 people came and auditioned.
Wow.
We had 4 Saturdays. Of course, some of those people didn't know anything about bells. They were coming because they saw it as a way into the Tabernacle Choir, to be honest. And so they didn't have the skills. And we just had every Saturday, we'd have an audition, and then we would eliminate half of them. And then they'd come again, and then we'd eliminate half again until the last Saturday we got down to our group. And we took, at that time, 28 people in. And we had the 2 choirs, and that's where we started.
Wow, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I remember in 2017 when you played at National Seminar in Anaheim, everybody was astonished that you guys all arrived with a semi-truck full of your instruments. And how many tour buses were all your people in?
Well, we weren't on tour buses.
Okay.
We flew in. And
Okay.
they truck our bells, and then we fly.
Okay.
And we'll do that for Texas also. We'll fly in, but they will take the bells early in the semi truck and bring all of our risers and our stands and all of our equipment. And we just have this wonderful stage crew that serves us, volunteers just like we do, and they come every week and they are there with us and set up for us. And we do the bells, we take care of our bells, but they set up all the tables and do everything for us.
Wow, I know that there's a lot of jealous people out there today, right now, watching that, because how many of us would love to have a whole crew of roadies out there setting up all of our stuff?
Oh, it's wonderful, because I taught in the schools, and we took care of everything. The kids took care of everything. We put everything on the bus. We did it all. And then this is a wonderful gift. And there's so much equipment, we would not be able to handle it as ringers. We would not be able to do that.
So you have with 28 people, or what, more, almost 30 now, I think you said.
We actually have 33 right now. I always have more than I need. So And they
Smart.
play, but we always, I just want backup. And they don't, when they first audition, they are on end tables and they always play, but they don't perform with us until they're ready.
Mhm.
And as soon as I think they're ready at all, they play. Because
Great.
we tried doing it with just substitutes, and it's not very satisfying to come every time and just practice and not actually perform. So I
Mhm.
had to really do some adjusting. So I made sure that I included everyone.
That's good. That's great. You guys are like you mentioned, you're going to be performing next year in Irving, Texas as well. So, and on my notes here, I have this question. Are you going to be packing all your stuff onto the plane? But you've already answered that question. You've answered all my questions here already.
Yeah, no, we wouldn't want to take that on the plane.
Now, I have to tell you that there are groups out there who do that, and yes, we're all a little crazy, but we do it.
Right.
So, do you know what your program's going to be yet for next year?
I don't. I'm just getting through Christmas. We just had our concert, and this week is the Tabernacle Choir big performance that gets recorded by PBS. It will be on next year, and we're deep into that. So that's this week. We start practices tonight. We will
Not
be
even
there
thinking about Texas yet.
yeah. So we'll be there every night, and we'll be there all day Saturday recording, and we'll be there Sunday. When that's over, after I collapse, I'm going to start worrying about what we're going to play in Texas. I want to do our typical type program where we try to do some classics that people recognize, and we try to do something funny. We try to have some novelty stuff, which our goal is to bring joy to people, and to do some of the new works that I find. Some of the beautiful things, like this beautiful new "Do You Hear What I Hear?" That's gorgeous. And I try to do a variety. I work really hard on my programs to have a variety. We also have, when we perform, we have children in the audience at age 8. They can't come lower than that. But I work really hard to make those children feel like they had something in that program that they loved. I'm not performing for just adults. I don't want to just do a beautiful classical program. It's got to have comedy relief and everything in it. So people will keep coming back, and they do. We do perform 2 nights with audiences of about 2,500 each night. So I work hard to entertain old to young.
Yeah. That's so important, though. I'm sure that's very inspirational to the young people as well. How many of them are out there going, I want to do that someday?
Yeah, right. I want to. Oh, before we leave, I want to tell you about Utah's bells too.
Please do.
About people that feed into our program.
Please.
Okay, so and I think that I know that we've had a lot of influence on this, but our high schools have bells in them. Not all of them, but we have at least 20 high schools that have handbells in them. Wow. And when we have a spring ring, it is a spring ring with high school students and junior high students. And so we have all of these bell ringers that come, and we have community groups, but they are small in number compared to our schools. And because we have that, then these students are coming up. We perform always at the spring ring. And they hear us, and they mix with us, and they come back and they ring our bells and talk with our ringers. Then they want to audition someday for the bells at Temple Square.
That's so wonderful. Most of us dream of having these feeder choirs, this whole graded thing where your children can come in and there's the next generation happening. I know many of us are very jealous of that right now, I'm sure.
Right. Well, I'm the Area 11 chair, and I just want so much to get this going in every one of our states, because we have wonderful choirs in our area, but most of them are community choirs. And we're just constantly talking about how we can get it into the schools, because once you get it into the schools, then things take off, and you have lifetime members. So we're working on that, and we have a camp that we have in Colorado for our youth, and we're just doing everything we can to get the youth involved. That's where it is.
Yes.
From the bottom up.
Absolutely. That's wonderful. How often do you guys rehearse? Do you rehearse weekly, twice a week, every day?
Yep. We rehearse every Wednesday. When we have a concert coming up, we rehearse Wednesday and Saturday for several weeks. And then when it's our concert week, we rehearse every night.
Wow. Yeah. I'm getting a little bug in my ear telling me that our time is almost done. So is there anything else you wanted to say, Leanna?
Well, I just really love what the direction that the Handbell Musicians of America is going. And I think you're doing everything you can to support us, and hope that we are supporting you.
It's wonderful to have you part of our organization, Leanna. Good luck with your Christmas concerts coming up.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going back to Linda and Ed, it looks like, or is it JR? Whoever shows up next. It's Linda and Ed. Okay, Linda and Ed. So back to them. Thank you, Leanna.
Hi, folks. We're back. Thank you to Leanna, Wilmore, and of course, thank you to Michelle for leading the interviews. I want to remind you all to donate. I'm watching the numbers raise. We're almost at 10% of our goal, which I think is fantastic in the first 35 minutes. Ed, do you have any notes?
My note is I like seeing those numbers go. And if we did $600 every half hour, it's not quite our goal. So let's boost it up a little. But it's great to see people giving and supporting us. And if you've ever had a chance to hear Bells at Temple Square, you know they're amazing. And but we have how many more amazing things do we have tonight?
Oh, absolutely. But I do want to mention that what Leanna mentioned was the importance of handbells in education. And we are a big advocate for that at HMA. And the importance of having handbells in all the schools. We are working hard with our education committee. That's one of our goals. We've been traveling to different music education conferences all over the country. We were at NAFME, National Association for Music Education, a few months ago at their convention. We're going to be in Florida at the FMEA conference in January, all promoting the handbell playground, giving people, teachers, students the opportunity to actually get the handbells in their hands, or just if they're not that, they're just bells. Right? They got to be in your hand, and hand chimes, and helping folks to learn more about our instrument.
Yeah.
So we're going to toss over to JR, who might have some interesting things to share with us with his prize wheel. He definitely has the coolest background by far.
So yes, I have a cool background because I have a green screen, but that prevents me from wearing a very cool jacket like Ed is wearing, because then you would just see right through me. And Linda's also wearing green, so I have to stay away from that. As you can see, the prize wheel is starting to populate. We've got some great donations. We had correct answers to our first trivia question, but keep watching because they're going to continue to pop up. And we want to start filling this prize wheel and start giving some stuff away. Just a few things that we've got for you tonight. Malmark Bell Craftsmen were very generous in giving us some of their small dinner bells, which are engraved with Merry Christmas, and they are giving us 12 of those. So 12 lucky winners out there will receive some of those. Also, our previous guest, Leanna, is offering a Zoom session where she will give a conducting lesson. And then we've got, I'll fill you in on more of them later on, but we've got some music downloads. We've got some event registrations and memberships. So for now, we'll take it back to Michelle.
Hi, this is Michelle again. And our next guest is Kathleen Ebling-Shaw from Westminster Choir College. Welcome, Kathy.
Hi, Michelle. Great to see you.
Good to see you too. I love that big bell you've got in the background. What is that?
That is the only G0 in existence. I'm I'm not on campus today. I'm at my other job, and I was in the room and saw it sitting there and thought everyone would get a kick out of seeing it's actually the lowest tuned bell in the world.
Wow, that's very cool. How heavy is it?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right. So welcome, welcome. For those who don't know, Westminster Concert Bell Choir is from Westminster Choir College, which is part of Rider University, their College of Arts and Sciences in Lawrenceville, New Jersey, which is halfway between Princeton and Trenton. You have 16 members this year, is that correct?
I do. I have 13 undergraduates and 3 grad students.
Excellent, excellent. So am I correct in saying that this year, 2022, was the 45th anniversary of the handbell curriculum?
Yes. Our handbell curriculum was established. And at that time, he was on campus 1 semester a year. So that first year, he was on campus during the fall and then decided that he'd like to start touring with that choir. So he skipped an entire year, and his next visit was the spring of 1980. So that's when the choir began touring. And
Wow.
Interesting story about Mr. Alured is that I think everyone knows or may not know that during the 70s, there were sort of 3 schools of assignments. One would be Everett Hilty, one would be Bob Ivy, and one would be Don Alured. And
Yeah.
Bob Ivy is a graduate of Westminster, receiving his undergrad and his graduate degrees at Westminster. And so he was invited back to begin the handbell program at Westminster. But he had a full-time position and chose not to do it, but he recommended Don Alured. So that's some collegiality there.
That's wonderful. Has Don and you, have you been the only conductors, or has there been anybody else?
No, Katsumi Kodama was served as conductor for a year, and Carl Zinsmeister, I believe, for 3 years.
Wow,
And then I joined in 1991.
wow. I know I've seen your group on tour a few times now, 2 or 3 times, and they always play so well. It's just so exciting to see all those young people up there to play.
Thank you.
So tell us about your program. Is it just, I mean, can you get a major in handbells? Can you get a BA in handbells?
No, Westminster doesn't offer a degree in handbells. Sort of philosophically, they feel that you need more skills to go out and earn a living than just ringing. And that's for all of our majors. Everyone on our campus sings in choir. Everyone on our campus studies keyboard. So if you are a primary in voice, you have to be a minor in piano and vice versa, or organ and voice, etc. So, and also everyone studies conducting. So it's been Westminster's philosophy that they want to provide their students with the widest range of skills and rounded training. So you can have now, if you are in sacred music right now, you can have an emphasis in handbells, but not a degree.
That's great. That's awesome. So do you have any highlights of your time from Westminster Choir College? Your favorite things, memories, special events?
Oh, so many. This is my 33rd year. I've just had wonderful opportunities. First of all, the students, they're like my children. I've enjoyed teaching them, but I learned from them every day, and I have really strong relationships going back to some of my earliest students, and a bond, and that's been the greatest gift. I think the second greatest gift has been traveling around the United States every year. We're on a 4-year rotation. 1 year we travel to the West Coast, another year to the Southwest, another year to the Midwest. The 4th year is Florida and the Southeast, and occasionally we do visit New England as well. So if one of my students has been in the choir for 4 years, they most likely visited over 40 states in their 4
Wow.
years as an undergraduate student, which I think is priceless. I mean, not too many people can take time to drive across the country and visit all the sites. In our adulthoods, we're so busy with life. And so it's a true opportunity. And I've been really lucky to be able to do that as part of my job.
Yeah, that's very cool.
We've also been probably two of the biggest professional highlights was in the early 2000s. There was a professional tour called A Royal Christmas, and it starred Julie Andrews, Christopher Plummer, Charlotte Church, principal dancers from the Royal Ballet, the Kiev Ballet, as well as the Royal Philharmonic. And it was a 15-city tour in Canada and the United States here on the East Coast. And it was at Christmas time, and it was an arena tour. So it taught us so much about show business, and it was just a great honor to perform with that talent. So that was probably the highlight of performances. We also performed with Josh Groban one year when at the Rockefeller Christmas tree lighting. So that was a lot of fun too.
What a great opportunity for all of those kids and for you as well.
Yeah.
I actually have a video queued up for you. This one is from your, sorry, I changed my page flipped. I didn't want it to change. Here I am back to where I'm supposed to be. It was recorded in November of 2020, which was when you were following the COVID-19 protocols recommended by everybody who was recommending them. And this is Martha Lynn's Thompson's arrangement of Leroy Anderson's Sleigh Ride. Everybody enjoy. Well, that was a great video there, Kathy. Thank you so much.
Thank
Uh,
you.
You and I were talking a bit back here on the back channel while that was going, and you said that your group is actually on doing concerts right now. You've already done 5 this week.
Within the last week, we started on December 2nd, and did 3 December 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And then this past weekend, our entire school gathers and we do an evening of readings and carols. So the students are kept busy singing in their own singing choirs, as well as the bell choir is a big part of that event. As well as this year, we welcomed back about 70 alumni.
Wow. And you
So
also said that last year you had, or this year you had 14 returning ringers, which you don't normally get that many.
right, right. So we had 16 ringers in our choir last year, and 2 of them graduated, and the other 14 all returned this year, which is remarkable.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And you mentioned something about a new rehearsal room.
We do. Westminster Choir College moved from Princeton to the main campus of Rider University in 2021 while we were still meeting remotely. But at that time, we gained funding from the Presser Foundation. So we have a state-of-the-art rehearsal room with lots of technical, lots of tech to play with too, whiteboard and great sound system and whatnot. So we're very lucky.
Wow, it's wonderful to hear these investments in music, especially with handbells, but even all of music, the choir college and everything like that.
Yeah. I will say the administration of Rider University is very supportive of our handbell program. So if I can say, if there's anyone interested in looking for a college that has a handbell choir, please do consider Rider.
And can only music majors be in the handbell choir, or can any student?
No, that's the beauty. Anyone on our campus can ring. Right now I have lots of Westminster Choir College students, but I also have 3 who are Rider University, 1 majoring in political science, 1 majoring in theater, and 1 majoring in commercial music.
Wow. As Linda was saying at the beginning of the Ring-a-Thon, it's so important to support the arts in education, and handbells, of course, is our favorite way to do that. But it's so important, and they don't necessarily have to go into a career in music, but it gives you such important skills for just regular life.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. In my former life, I was a computer programmer, and my professor said musicians made the best computer programmers because we can think about form and analysis and function. So it's widely applicable.
Yeah.
So is there anything else you want to tell me today, Kathy, before we go on?
Yeah, I just, we're really excited about our program at Westminster, and we're really excited about the handbell community in general. Just all the support that ringers give us throughout tour, and our hosts. HMA plays a huge part of that in fostering the community, and it's our logo, advancing the art of handbell ringing. So we're very grateful.
Great. Thank you so much for taking time to come and talk to us today, Kathy.
Thank you for having me. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas. So next up, we have a couple of international people. We have Damien Lim from Singapore and Martin German from Hungary. Oh, and I just got a bug here to toss to Linda and Ed first. So back to Linda and Ed. Here we go.
Hi, friends. We're back. That was so great. I don't know about you, but I've been bouncing in my seat when I was hearing Sleigh Ride. I can't not sing along to that one. How about you, Ed?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. It's a fun one to play. And that choir, they're the trendsetter for bells in education, I think. And so it's just terrific that they can be on tonight. It's great.
Well, and selfishly, I'm very happy they're on because for those who don't know, I'm from New Jersey. So anytime there's a Jersey connection, I'm extra happy for it, even though it's South Jersey or Central. Anyway, I want to take a moment to thank someone personally. A person named Colleen made a donation. She's a very good friend of mine, and I'm very grateful to her for her contribution. I wanted to also remind everybody. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I also got an email from our accountant, the accountant for HMA. I don't know that he donated, but he commented on the jacket. It's nice to be a fashion icon. Well, I'll check to see if he donates. We'll twist his arm.
Like, you check that. I'm going to toss it over to JR because I think people want to win some prizes.
Yeah.
And JR wants to give some prizes away. Okay, so as you can see, the prize wheel is starting to fill up, and I've got a few of them that we're going to give away right now. I'm going to start off with one of Malmark's dinner bells. This is a genuine Malmark casting with a wooden handle and engraved with Merry Christmas on it. So our first prize winner for that will be coming up here in a second. Patricia Foote, who I think was our very first donor of the evening. Okay, so next up we have our previous guest, Leanna Wilmore, our first guest, Leanna Wilmore. We'll do a Zoom session with you and give a conducting lesson. And that will go to Joanne Wallenburn. Okay, and one more. We have a registration to our virtual winter workshop. If you don't know what virtual winter workshop is, it's a full day and 2 half days of online learning. Just go to our website to learn more about it at handbellmusicians.org. And right now we are going to give away a registration to that. And that goes to South Carolina Handbell. Not sure who that is person-wise, but we will be in touch to let you know how to claim your prizes. So back to, who am I going back to? Linda and Ed? Okay, back to Linda and Ed.
Well, hi there. We're back. So I want to let you know that your contribution to HMA helps us to continue providing educational opportunities for handbell ringers. And JR mentioned the virtual winter workshop, and that is one of the events that we host annually now. It used to be in person, but we have found one of the things we learned from the COVID years was that virtual is not always a bad thing. It's important sometimes because not everyone can travel, not just because of COVID, but also because of some travel limitations for financial reasons, perhaps, or scheduling reasons. So we've decided that we're going to always host a virtual winter workshop, which provides classes online for 3 days in January. It's happening January 27th through the 29th. I'll tell you more about that on our next visit. Sorry, you just got to look at Ed and see how handsome he looks in his jacket. We'll talk to him a little bit more in the next segment. We're going to send it over to Michelle for our international interviews.
Welcome back, everybody. I am here with Damien Lim from Singapore and Martin German from Maya Rosag. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That's apparently how you say Hungary in Hungarian. So I looked that up online last night and wrote down the phonetics of it. I was so excited to try that out. So I saw both of you this summer in July in Nashville for International Symposium. Damien was one of the conductors of the piece, and Martin, we saw your group play, and it was just so exciting to have you both there. So for those who don't know, Damien is the director. He established the award-winning Ministry of Bells in Singapore. They are an active community handbell ensemble and current and former school ringers to continue their passion in the art of handbell ringing. So let me ask Damien a question here. How many schools in Singapore have handbell groups? How do you find your ringers?
Well, good morning, Michelle. Nice to see you. I'm in Japan now. Konnichiwa. Well, to answer your question, there's approximately 26 schools. I beg your pardon, 24 schools with handbells in Singapore. 16 junior schools and 8 high schools. And that's all. Yeah, that's all.
That's all. That's all.
That's all. With about maybe about 3 community groups and about 5 churches. That's really all.
That's exciting though. And this
Yes,
year was
and
your 15th anniversary, is that correct?
that's right. This year was Ministry of Bells' 15th anniversary, and we are still actively trying to push and promote and advocate the art of handbell ringing in Singapore.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
So I have a question now for you, Martin. Siranta, did I say that correctly? Probably not, but Siranta Együttes?
Almost. Siranta Együttes in Hungarian is the correct Hungarian name, but it's a nice try.
Okay, thanks.
I can appreciate it.
So you were formed in 2004 playing Hungarian bells, and you switched to English handbells in 2016. So what are Hungarian bells and why did you switch?
Oh, I just forgot to bring one. But if you have just a sec and ask me a question, I will bring one and I can show you.
Okay, I'll go back to you, Damien. So, as part of your 50th anniversary celebrations, you are doing a concert premiering 10 Singaporean handbell compositions led by your 2 new young associate conductors. So tell me about these compositions. Did you commission them specifically for this event?
Yes, we did. In fact, so let's start off with the composers. Their age between 18 through about 30 plus. And they came up with pretty there wasn't really any parameters for them. It was like go forth and compose your own music and we would just play it. Yeah, the only thing we said was keep it to within level 3 to level 4. And the pieces were relatively contemporary styles to songs that sounded pretty musical theater like, influenced by the musical theater, that's what I mean. And there were songs that were rather avant-garde, and there was one that we had to use an electric guitar, electric bass, and drum set with handbells, and that was really I would call it new sounds to handbell style. Yeah. And the 2 young conductors really managed the conducting and the directing of the group. And this was done in June this year, just barely 5 months ago. And it was a full house. It was sold out concert, and I'm really glad the participants, the composers, and the 2 new conductors enjoyed themselves and had a great time. I went on the other side of the table and I was playing the drum set.
That's wonderful. That's I've seen some of your videos on YouTube and things where in rehearsal and such where you're playing. You've got like the cajon on a stand and you've got the cymbals around you and all the stuff. And of course, it was great when you led that cajon group in Nashville this summer. And
I look forward to next year at the Nationals. So I've got a cajon workshop, a cajon class at the National Seminar in Irving, Texas.
Excellent. I hope I have time to go see that one. Cajon's a lot of fun. And Martin is back. I saw him come back with a bell. So tell me about these Hungarian bells.
So these are just, like these colored toy bells, but tuned, and it's ranges for 2.5 octaves. So, but we played the kind of the same music like now. So we just put our music we played before these bells to English handbells, and that's what happened.
Okay.
Until now,
excellent.
and we have we have many plans with the English handbells. There's much more opportunities, so we love this.
Excellent. So I read here that Siranta is one of only 4 handbell ensembles in Hungary and the only independent community group. So tell me about being an independent community group as opposed to these other groups. The other 3 groups, are they from a church, from a school?
Yeah, there are 2 groups at churches. So they don't give concerts around the country. They just at services. They play just at services. There's one school group in northeastern Hungary, And we are in central Hungary, and we are the only independent who is going on tour 2 or twice a year, and we are touring during the country. So
that's exciting. I'm reading here on my notes that this year you visited Estonia, Germany,
Yep.
The Czech Republic, and Slovakia, and of course you came to the United States for Nashville, Tennessee.
Really enjoyed that.
So what was the highlight of that event for you and your ringers?
Do you mean the
International Symposium? Yeah.
It was. I just tried to explain to myself in Hungarian as well, but I cannot to form it to words. But the feeling is to get together with people who play the same instruments and who are thinking about the same. So I cannot tell you by words, but we felt the mission of this event, to get the people together, please, to talk about the music, and as the common language. So we really enjoyed it, because some of us doesn't speak English.
Mm-hmm.
Me too. Sorry for my English, but hopefully you can understand me. But yeah, they felt the same. So we really enjoyed it.
That's wonderful. It was really great to see you there too. Now, Damien, I'm actually surprised you don't have as colorful of a jacket as Ed has, because you're kind of known for that in the international circles with your bright jackets.
Believe it or not, this is my morning clothes. I'm in a hotel.
in Tokyo, right? So
in Tokyo, having a holiday. I met Arthur and Noriko last night. Yeah.
Wonderful. Say hi to Arthur for me if you see him again.
Definitely. See him today again, yes.
For those who don't know, Arthur is he's the son of Mrs. Shin, who was the head of Handbell Ringers of Japan, and she just recently passed away. So please give our condolences to Arthur as well. So let me scroll back here to my notes here. So tell me, Damien, about your upcoming concert. It's called Fantasies, Hope, and Wishes in February. What's happening in that?
Okay, oh my goodness, I wish you guys were here. Please do come if you can. Let's start off with Fantasies, Hope, and Wishes. Really we're breaking up the whole concert into 3 themes. Fantasies, where we will feature all 3 of Arnold Sherman's fantasies, 1, 2, and 3, including Nocturnal Fantasy by Emily Lee and a Rain Fantasy by I think Kevin. Yes, and then after that, in hopes, we are playing songs that are themed with hope. For example, Aladdin, as well as we're coming up with a new arrangement, which we will inform everybody. Will inform on social media very soon once it's out. And finally, Wishes. We're talking about pretty much on a Disney theme site, where children make their wishes for a better year, a better world, a more peaceful world. So that's really the theme. Now the people, this is really cool. We've got Michael Glasgow coming back for the 2nd time. Yes, Michael, we're waiting. Yes. We're going to eat lots of food. That's what Singapore's famous for, really, the food. And we've got 5 international guest ringers. That's right. The Ministry of Bells sets aside funds each and every year for inviting international handbell guest ringers to come on and be a part of our ringing team and perform on stage together with our Singaporean Ministry of Bell ringers. So the 5 of them, Brandon, Yolanda, and Maggie from Hong Kong. We've got Leslie Lewis from USA.
Hi, Leslie.
Yeah, and we've got Layla from Japan. So 5 guest ringers is the biggest number of foreign guest ringers and conductors that we're ever bringing in, and this we hope this will continue for the rest of for many years to come. So we'd like to invite openly to anybody around the world to each and every year look out for our announcements on social media sometime around September, where we have an open call to invite foreign guest ringers to be a part of our concert. And Yeah, just to finally add on, our concerts is not just like a general handbell concert, but it includes the use of synthesizers, sound effects, percussions, electronics, and the list goes on. Lighting, multimedia. Yeah. Like what Michael mentioned last year, it's a production, and that's why we always call it a show, a handbell show.
Excellent, excellent. So going back to International Symposium in Nashville. So Martin, we saw you play the cymbals
Yeah.
with your group. So are you a percussionist professionally as well, like Damien is, or?
No. I
played
just
that really well.
practiced a lot. I'm just practiced a lot.
It showed, because that was really outstanding.
Honestly, I did it only in a week. So, the tune is so catchy, so it's easy for me. Nothing.
So I have a couple of videos here on queued up for us. Why don't we start with Martin's group, the Siranta, and this is the waltz from the second movement of Shostakovich's Suite for Jazz Orchestra No. 2. So let's get that video rolling. Wow, it's always so great to hear Shostakovich on handbells. That was Martin's group, Siranta.
We love it.
Great. So we were talking while the video was playing, we were talking back channel here about when they went to go visit the Estonians, the Germans and such, and what kind of event that was. So why don't you tell them about that, Martin?
We had a goal 10 years ago or more. And we had a promise to get some donations for our international tour, which we didn't get, and we need to save the money for that international tour, which begins this year, begin this year, yeah. And in Estonia, we just visited Arsis, which is Europe's maybe most famous or most known in the overseas handball ensemble with the handball school, and we just wanted to know how they do their handball school and what kind of techniques they use, because we use our own technique. We thought that, but I just needed to realize that we are on the same way. We are rowing on the same boat. we are meeting the same problems. So it's not unique what we are doing. I think what is unique is we are doing it in Hungary, which where the handball music is quite rare.
That's so exciting. It's so wonderful to see handbell spread into all these other countries and things. So Martin, you said you had an announcement. Yeah, I think some of you had this CD. We give it some of you at the symposium, and today we've got an email, and they said that it's a certified gold record. It became a certified gold record in Hungary. Oh, exciting! That's wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's
It's
wonderful.
the first time, so you are the first one who knows it publicly. So
yay!
That's an announcement just for you.
Thank you so much. That's really great.
And we have another CD if it's allowed for me to advertise our CD. It's Magical Night, Bűvösé in Hungarian.
So how do we get that CD?
I don't know yet, but maybe we will visit America.
We'll work it out
next year, and you can order, and we will give you then next year.
Okay, so I know that you have a presence on YouTube, and are you on Twitter and Facebook as well, so people can contact you that way?
Yeah, our Facebook page is quite active. We use it quite actively, but I think that we need to do some Instagram posts or TikTok or something else, to reach the younger people as well. But our Facebook page is our main page, so anyone can find us at Siranta and Gyüttes. It's an easy word, but you can see here behind me.
Yes. Okay, so again, thank you so much, and congratulations for that CD. That's really great. Back to Damien here for a question. I know that you play a variety of musical genres and a wide array of ethnic percussion and keyboard, and I've read that you consider this a uniquely Singaporean and distinctly Ministry of Bells sound. How did you think to develop this sound to add all those other instruments? What was your inspiration?
Well, the motivation was really, handbells is lovely traditionally, which means just purely handbells with hand chimes or just purely handbells alone. But in Singapore, we wanted to reach out to, let's start off first by knowing a little bit more about Singapore. We are actually what we term as an immigrant society. Our forefathers, our ancestors were all immigrants who came to Singapore. And they brought along all their different cultures and, and set up what we call a Singaporean culture here, which is a mix and match of everything and anything. Now, with that motivation, we thought of doing the same thing to handbells as well, to reach out to the masses, to use instruments and sounds that were familiar to them before introducing them the new sound, which is handbells. And thus the use of electronic synthesizers, sound effects, computers, as well as ethnic percussion instruments. And for that we decided to term it as a uniquely Singaporean sound, because it's truly a fusion of different styles and different cultures in one piece of music. That's right. That's really what we do. In short, it simply means taking a piece of handbell music and putting, let's say Aladdin. What would you put in a Arabian theme music? Oh, great! We'll take a darbuka and put it in there with a rake, which is a Arabian tambourine, and if we can, we have a belly dancer. That's Aladdin. Why not?
That's exciting. It's one thing I really appreciate about handbells is their flexibility and ability to meld with those things so well. I know I love playing other instruments with handbells as well, and so it's exciting to
And
hear
you're a
what other people
percussionist
do.
yourself as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I do that. So I do right now I'm doing a lot of church music, but you know, it's important too. So we have a video from your group as well. I'm sorry, I just got a note here from Linda. For the right donation, Linda says she will dance for Damien's group. So there you go.
Linda, we'll get you to Singapore.
I would love to see that, actually. So this video we have for you is you were in Thailand. Am I saying this correct? Kukud?
Kukat. Kukat is the title of the song, which means lovers rivalry.
Okay.
And we were in Thailand last week at the invitation of the Foundation of Thai Handbell Ringers, Chris Wong. That's the director, and so we were really very happy to be able to play in Thailand's first handbell concert, and we were there to really help and work together with his young ringers. So they're doing great job in Thailand. So check them out, Foundation of Thai Handbell Ringers.
I didn't even know there were handbell ringers in Thailand. So that is super exciting, really exciting. I don't even know what to say about that, but that's just really cool.
Yeah, and the piece of music is mixed with music -1. So that's where technology comes in. Yeah.
I also noticed that one of your ringers has an arm in a sling in this video.
That's right, Melody. She had a bicycle accident a couple of weeks back, but she really wanted to ring, and I said, okay, let's do something and improvise with it.
Oh, perfect. So let's go ahead and roll that video. Everybody can see that. So we are back. That was great, Damon. So we were talking a little bit back channel here. Damon, tell me about those little desk bells that she was playing.
Well, those desk bells are very, very suitable for children, young age. We brought them along to Thailand because we wanted to help the Thai handbell ringers speak about and show these instruments to the Thai audience that, hey, these are avenues for your children to learn if they cannot handle bells and chimes because maybe they're too big, the instruments are too big for them. The desk bells would be a cool option for young children to learn handbells as an introductory lesson. So that's why we brought those desk bells there. And I think they work really cool. Melody, by the way, she's a percussionist herself as well. And she couldn't help but use the injured arm. And she slipped it.
You're not supposed to be doing that, girl. So Marcia, one more question for you. What do you see as the future for your group or for handbells in Hungary in general?
We have many plans. We as I don't know if I mentioned that, but there are many school groups in Hungary with this Hungarian bells, which is one. So our plan is to give them English handbells, the bronze bells, and they teach them the techniques, and then they can join us. And we don't need to be as a quartet or quintet, so we can someday we can grow up as a full choir. So that's our plan. But, you know, duplicate the sets and triple the quadruple. So we have many plans, but we need to save a lot. But
we wish you all the best in those plans.
We just started to work a group in this October, and we are really amazed with them, how talented they are. We just give them the bells and they just played everything. So in 2 or 3 hours. So
that's great.
Really enjoyed the work with them.
One thing I often say about handbells, it's an instant to learn, but a lifetime to master. If you can tell your left hand from your right hand and count to 4, you know, you can learn to play bells. I mean, there's more to it than that, obviously, but you can be immediately successful with handbells. And that's one of the wonderful things about it. So we are going to toss it back to JR. Thank you both so much for coming for this interview. It was great to talk to both of you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Martin.
Just a sec. I don't know. You know that the selfie. I don't know if it's allowed for me.
We have to do a selfie. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Here we go. There we go. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Good night.
Night.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Goodbye.
That looked like a fun selfie. Okay, we've got a couple more prizes to give away here. And as you'll notice, there was just a trivia question up, so there's still time to answer that for the next round of the prize wheel. But right now, we're going to give away another one of Malmark's dinner bells, and that is going to go to Sharon Gilliams. And our host, or our interviewer, Michelle, has got a solo CD out, and she is offering us some downloads of her CD, and that's what we'll give away next. And that'll go to Stephanie Sheely. So we will get you two in touch on how to download Michelle's solo CD. It's called Chimera. And we will now go back to Linda.
Hi, everybody. I'm back. I want you to enjoy my lit up snowman. Wait, which way? That way? I can't use my fingers in the right direction. Anyway, I wanted to thank everyone who's donated so far. We are almost at $3,000. I mean, we're, I can't do math. $6 away. I'm excited that we'll hit 3,000 soon. You can click the link at the bottom of the video to donate. One of the things that your contribution does, as I mentioned before, is to help us, Handbell Musicians of America, provide educational opportunities to members and non-members to advance handbell ringing. One of those events is coming up in July, National Seminar. We're going to be in Irving, Texas in July. Seminar is our flagship event, and there will be classes with top instructors, performance opportunities, lots of fun. I promise you, it's going to be a good time. So any amount, great or small, very helpful. Click the link at the bottom of the video. So I'm going to be getting a friend on screen with me shortly. Let's see. Here she is.
Hello.
This is Jill Phelan. Jill is our board president. Hi, Jill. How are you?
I am great, Linda. How are you?
I am well. I was just saying at the top of this event when we started at 4 o'clock Eastern that this is my anniversary. Last year, I was a special guest as the new executive director, and now here I am, almost 12 full months later, still standing.
Still standing and doing great. Doing great.
Oh, I hope so.
Happy Ring-a-Thon.
And happy Ring-a-Thon to you, or is it Merry Ring-a-Thon to you and yours?
Merry.
How about Ring-a-Thon greetings?
Sounds perfect. Sounds perfect. I just wanted to come on and say hi to everyone, and on behalf of the board, say thank you for joining us and for your continued support for all of those wonderful events like Linda was just talking about. I love the Ring-a-Thon. It's become a really fun tradition, a cool way to learn new things and meet new people and from all around the world. And I also think it's a really cool and unique way for us to gather as a community and celebrate and support our art form that we love so much and our organization, which we also all love so much. So I was thinking about how it is your 1-year anniversary as well, as I was thinking about coming on today, and thought, well, it's been a really awesome year. It's been a really awesome year under your leadership. But more importantly, I'm so excited about all that is planned for 2023. And the continued growth of HMA, which is possible in part because of everyone's generous donation. So I'm seeing it's even closer to $3,000. We're getting really close. So thank you everyone for your support and for making all of those opportunities possible.
Jill, it just crossed over 3,000. I'm so excited.
Yay!
Yes! Awesome.
That's
I'm sorry,
wonderful.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That's exciting news. So yay. That's wonderful. So that's all. I just wanted to say that and wish everyone a very happy and healthy holiday season and keep those donations coming. And I can't wait to see to see everybody hopefully at an event in 2023 and to see what's in store for HMA as we continue to grow.
I'm looking forward to being in the same room with Jill. We have yet to do that.
I can't wait.
Since my interview process, everything was online, and Jill ended up not feeling well during a symposium last year. So we have yet to be in the same room physically, although we've been on lots of meetings together and lots of other things together. So thank you for your leadership. Jill, as I mentioned, is president of our board. There's a lot going on with HMA, and Jill did mention 2023. I have to say, we have a new website coming in 2023. It is in progress. We are all loving it as a staff. We're working with Boost Creative, which is a fantastic design firm down here in Southwest Florida. It should launch in February. We're getting closer. So that's one of the really exciting things. It'll have a really robust member section, but it will also have a lot of resources. We want to be the go-to place when you need information about handbells. You come to our site. So we're getting closer. So Jill, thank you for stopping in to see us today. I know you're about to run into rehearsals, as most of our musicians are this coming week. So thank you for your time. And,
thank you for having me. Have a great night, and I'll be checking in between all my rehearsals.
Of course. Thank you again. I don't know if Jill's probably going to tap out right now and go do her rehearsal, but I'm certainly staying on with all of you. Uh, I'm going to toss it to Ed instead, Ed in his fabulous jacket. So, Ed Rollins, please report to your screen.
Well, here I am. And thanks to Jill. Jill is a terrific president and does a lot for our organization. Appreciate it very much. And we are over $3,000. At this rate, we're going to have a great night. So let's keep it going. Remember, send this link to all your friends and family. And so we've seen how our money can affect education. We've seen how our money can go around the world internationally. And now I think we can see how our donations can affect community. So we've got a bunch of community choirs. I know I've been involved in one for 31 years, 32 years, and there's so many more out there now, and it's great fun to watch them grow. So right now, I think we're going to find out about the Virginia Bronze.
Hi there, everybody. I am being joined here now by Brian Seaman from Virginia Bronze. So welcome, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Welcome. Excited to be here tonight.
So love your jacket with the sequins. That's
yes, thank
really
you.
Great.
I had to, after you heard you talking with Damien about his jackets, I remembered this was in my closet from our concert a couple of years ago. So I had to go put it on.
Right. That was the one you wore for St. Louis National Seminar when you did that. The electronic music and everything. That was one of the questions I'm going to get to, but let's back up a step here. For those who don't know, Virginia Bronze has been around since October 2006. They are just outside Washington, D.C. You have played with the Washington Chorus, the Cathedral Choral Society, Gay Men's Chorus of Washington, D.C., Children's Chorus of Washington, Alexandria Symphony, just a few like little tiny local groups or something. But you've been part of the First Night Alexandria, and you were artists in residence at the George Washington Masonic National Memorial. Tell me a little bit about that.
So that's actually our sort of our home base for most of our concerts. Is there's a tower in Alexandria that is built as the George Washington Masonic Memorial, and there's a little theater in there, and that's kind of our home base for all of our concerts. Each once per concert cycle we perform there.
Awesome. That's great. So, okay, so your jacket here, you wore that for National Seminar in 2019 when it was in St. Louis. And your concert was called High Voltage, and it featured handbells with electronic music. So what inspired you to add electronic music to handbells?
Going into performing at a National Seminar concert, I have always loved to add whatever toys that I've got. Point of my normal ensembles, we're always pulling out the PNFs or the Silver Melody bells or whatever else to add just different colors. And I was trying to think of something to do that, especially at a bell conference where people were doing nothing but listen to handbells all week, to try to do something that was a little bit of a different sound palette than just playing bells again for the entire duration of the concert. And I had a whole bunch of crazy ideas about different things that could happen to combine the electronics and bells. And really it was totally, I have to give a shout out to Victor Cristobal, who sat down. I put out a call on Facebook of who knows enough about electronic music production that can kind of help us out here. And I threw a whole bunch of crazy ideas at him of, I want to do this. I want to do the entire first half of Velocity, all with only 5 ringers and a looper pedal. And I want to do this and run this cajon through a vocoder and have it be a bass mallet battle back and forth between the cajon and bass mallets. And he made all of it happen. And so it was just kind of me throwing all of these crazy, I wonder if this would work. And Victor found a way to make it work. And so that was the kind of the result that was that concert.
It was very exciting. I have part of my studies when I finished my bachelor's were with electronic music as well. And so that was very exciting to me that you were doing that. And you had the melody wave instrument. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I remember when I used to work at Shellmark, we had found a couple of the old melody waves in the back, and I started playing with them. And obviously they've got a little built-in MIDI sound generator in there. But I was like, what if I start to control other other instruments and other synths and things with the melody wave. And so again, paired up with Victor, who kind of helped us figure out how to make that work in with some of the other instruments that we were playing. But it's basically a gigantic MIDI controller, but with batons that look like choir chimes. So you can actually pretty much play a whole synth, but with your handbell ensemble. And so we were trying to figure out ways to make that work and incorporate that as well.
That's so exciting. Do you know how many sets are in existence still? I mean, am I going to find it on eBay next week or something?
I have no idea. And I've actually, the Melody Wave technology itself, it was the way technology has improved with Bluetooth and accelerometers and like your phone has the more technology than the Bluetooth batons or than the Melody Wave batons. And so I totally would love to see somebody make a new current version of those, because I have no idea how many sets are still around, how many sets Schulmerich actually sold. But those are a lot of fun to play with.
I remember when they came out, I really wanted a set, but it was not to be. So speaking of your unusual concerts, tell me a little bit about your most recent concert, hot off the press. Tell me about that concert.
So this past fall, Virginia Browns did a concert program of entirely unpublished works for handbells. And so we put out a call for scores about a year ago, just looking not as a composition contest, but just as a, hey, do you have a piece lying around that you just never got to hear on bells or would love to have played? And we had way more feedback from that than I ever anticipated. And so much so I'd like to do another one of these concerts again in the future. But it was a ton of really great music that wasn't available to buy through a traditional publisher, and a whole variety of different types of pieces. And so we had everything from some pieces that were kind of written in a very classical style to this piece by some composer named Michelle Sherrick, who had this really kind of out there piece with pods of ringers all around doing their own thing. That was really cool.
Don't forget the narrator. There was a narrator too.
Yeah.
And so I was going to ask you, how many works were submitted for that call? And how did you pick which ones to play?
There were 38 total submissions that we ended up with. And I had to narrow it down to 12 of them. And it was a lot of going back and forth and trying to figure out what would work that we could put together. There was a lot of pieces that I really would have loved to play. It just, it would have taken a little bit more time to put together than we had in our regular concert prep time. So it's kind of a combination of what can we put together and put on really well, or strong performance, and what would make a good variety concert.
Excellent. Okay. And I have here in my notes, to full disclosure, you played one of my pieces. So I'm really so sorry to have missed that concert. I had planned to go, but some family things happened and I couldn't get there. But from everything I've heard, it was just an amazing concert. I really wish I could have been there. In fact, we have a video coming up here for Allegro Energico by Michael Joy, which was from your concert. So if we can get that video going, Derek, we'd appreciate it. Thanks. So, okay, we're vamping still. Okay, so, oh, it's ready now. Okay, here we go. Nope, that's not them. There's so many moving parts.
This is like we just had to vamp when the bass ringers aren't quite set yet in the concert. You just have to kind of ad lib.
Exactly. He's got it now. Here we go. Wow, that was exciting. So that was Allegro Energico by Michael Joy. No, didn't you say it was like part of a concerto or something?
Yeah, so that's the first movement of his Concerto Barocco. You can ask him about the rest of the movements because I don't believe he's written any of the rest of them yet. But
but he's got plans. Goals are good to have.
Yes.
So your concerts. We've been talking about your concerts here during this interview, and you said that you've already had some concerts and you've got some more concerts coming up, and this was like the only day you didn't have a concert. Tell me about your concerts.
Yeah, so this week is the busy week for both my school group at the Landon School in Bethesda and for Virginia Bronze. And so yesterday we were at a dress rehearsal with Virginia Bronze. We're doing a concert this coming Thursday that's in conjunction with the Strathmore Children's Chorus. So that's at the Strathmore Music Hall in Bethesda. And then Wednesday night is my school concert. My both middle and high school bell program at school will be performing.
Excellent, excellent. Are they performing at the school? Do they perform elsewhere? Details,
So,
man.
Yeah, this is our December concert, our combined just all school December concert. So it's in the auditorium at school. My upper level high school group, the Concert Bells, does do performances outside of campus at times, but this is kind of our just general all school December concert.
Cool. So I'm a little time blind, and it just occurred to me that you just did this unpublished concert at the end of October, and here it is mid-December, and you're doing Christmas concerts now. How did you guys prepare for that so quickly?
Yeah, so we are not actually, the Strathmore program that we're doing this year is the only Christmas program we're doing. We're not doing our own solo concerts this year. And that was, because the turnaround time to get from October to our own concerts would just,
I was just like, my gosh, what are you doing in rehearsal to enable that?
Yeah, we cut it back a few things. So we're still doing a lot of the small ensemble things. We've got some other exciting performances. We've been teamed up for the past couple of years with the National Bell Festival, which is an organization here in DC that's raising a lot of money to do a lot of work and restoring the tower bells around the DC area. And so they've put like a couple old Revere bells back in churches that had been out of the tower for a while. They're restoring a couple of carillons and things. And so we've been performing as part of their big festival on January 1st. And so we're doing a concert again this year with that as well. That's all British themed because they're focusing on the sort of the bell ringing traditions of the UK. And so we're doing a whole concert that's all kind of British themed.
That's awesome. So that's really awesome. I had a question and it just left my brain here. So is there anything else you want to tell me, since I can't think of anything else to ask right now?
No, it's just it's a fun time that we've got. Yeah, we've got, as you mentioned, it's a lot of concerts and a lot of performances all going on. But it's an exciting. This is the busy season, obviously, for handbells, and it's been a lot of fun to put together these, especially the concerts with these outside organizations, with Strathmore Children's Chorus. It's been a lot of fun to work in a different setting than our putting on our own concerts, and getting to work with the production staff for them, and it's a whole that whole concert program is a whole joint program where like we are playing the accompaniment for the chorus when they're singing. At times we've got a couple solo pieces. The big finale is we've taken the Martha Lynn Thompson sleigh ride arrangement with all the percussion and everything, and all the choruses are coming on together to sing for that, for the big finale. So there's a lot of fun in
That
putting
sounds like a lot of fun. So Derek tells me that we've actually got a video of Exultate if we want to show a clip with synthesizer and bells, and I certainly would love to see a clip of that.
Yeah, this is a video.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Yeah, this is a video that I did. I've been starting to, since the electronic bells concert, the high voltage concert that we did a few years ago, I've been starting to get more into electronic music and electronic production myself, and combining it with bells. And so this video is one that I did of Jason Krug's Exultate. Did a sort of stripped down version of the handbell part that I played all the parts myself, and then combined it with a bunch of different synthesizers and things.
Excellent. Let's see it, Derek. Wow. Not only were there 6 Brians there, but I mean, all the synthesizer sounds, that was really exciting.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to put together. And I've got a couple more projects in mind with a couple other pieces that will kind of follow that same vein.
You were mentioning one in specific. Do you want to let us know what that is? It's okay to say no.
Yeah, no. So I just went and started to write out all the electronic parts, but for doing Alex Giebert's Overdrive, which is a sequel to Drive, which any of you who went to DB East or DB West a couple of years ago played Drive, and then Overdrive is Alex's sequel to that, and it's just like the title suggests, it's Drive but kicked up a few notches. So that's a lot of fun. There's a lot of cool rhythms in that piece. I love that piece, but that's getting the same treatment.
Excellent. I can't wait to hear that. That's going to be great. So did I already say this? But let me ask it again. Is there anything else you want to tell me about?
No, I don't think there's really anything else that I can think of at this point.
Okay. So it's been great chatting with you. Derek, where are we going next? We're going back to Linda. Here we go. Linda and Ed, or just Linda, one of the two. We'll see. Just Linda.
Hi, folks. I'm back. Excuse me. My colleague Ed is taking a break. He'll be back with us later. I wanted to talk to you about how your donation helps HMA. And I touched upon this at the very beginning. But since a lot of you probably weren't on at exactly 4 o'clock Eastern time, I'm going to tell you again. Your contribution helps us to continue advocating for handbells as an art form, but also advocating for the importance of music education for all ages. And here are just a few benefits of music education. Musical instruments teach discipline. When you learn to play an instrument, you learn a valuable lesson in discipline. You have to set aside time to practice. You have to rise to the challenge of learning pieces. And then you have to learn how to work hard and have discipline to master playing your instrument. Music education develops creative thinking. Kids who study the arts can learn to think creatively, and actually adults who study the arts can learn to think creatively too. This kind of education helps you problem solve. It helps you think outside of the box, helps you know that there can be more than one answer to a problem. And I think we've all learned that with everything going on in the world, that there's not one answer to everything. When you play a musical instrument, my instrument is voice. I am not a handbell ringer. There's lots of jokes about how I'm the director of Handbell Musicians of America and don't play, but that's okay. I'm sure that the director of the New York City Ballet also does not dance. So I'm here as an arts administrator, but also as a music educator. When you play an instrument or sing, which is your instrument, you learn teamwork, especially when you're working with an ensemble like a choir, a handbell ensemble, an orchestra, a band. When you have anyone else around you and you're not doing solo work, you have to learn how to work together and compromise. And this builds camaraderie. Instruments help you do that. Music performance involves risk taking. We talked about this before. It is a scary proposition sometimes to get on a stage or in front of a group of people in a church environment or in a community center and stand there and have everyone staring at you, or perhaps sit at your computer and have lots of people staring at you from afar across the world. One of the things that helps me be able to do this is my training as a musician. I've had to learn how to deal with fear and take risks. And I do crazy things like offer to dance in Singapore for Damien Lim's ensemble. But, I'll do what I can for music education and take one for the team. Music education builds self-confidence with encouragement from your teachers, from your parents. Students playing a musical instrument, they have pride and confidence, and they're likely to build better communication skills because of that. So after learning all of the wonderful things that music education can do for you and handbells can do, because handbells are an integral part of music education, why not donate? Oh my goodness, we just saw a big jump. I was looking down at my notes and all of a sudden we've jumped from $3,000 to $5,700, which is probably why my phone has been vibrating like craziness. So thank you to whomever our latest donor is. I'm not going to steal the thunder. I'm going to let JR do that because he gets all the fun parts. So I'm going to say, let's go to JR and find out who this magical mystery donor is and see who wins the next prize.
Okay, a huge thank you to our last donor, which was Nick Hansen, who graciously gave us $2,500 to push us way over that $5,000 mark and almost to the $6,000 mark. So Nick, thank you very much. Okay, time to give away some more stuff. Oh, before I do, for those of you who were not on right at the beginning, let me tell you a little bit about the prize wheel. After each segment, we're giving away various prizes, and we'll have a few grand prizes at the end. And the way you get your name on this wheel, there are a couple of ways. One is that every so often, a random trivia question will pop up on the screen. When it does, try to get an answer in the chat to that trivia as soon as you can, because the first 5 people who answer the trivia correctly will get their name put up on the screen. Also, by donating. If you donate anywhere from $1 to $100, we'll put your name on the wheel. Anything between $100 and $299, we'll put your name up twice. And anything over 300, we'll put your name on 3 times. Now, just so that we're fair and get as many people to win prizes as possible, once you've won a prize, we will take your name temporarily off of the wheel. It doesn't matter how many times it's on there, but we will keep track of how many times your name is on there. Because then when we go to draw for the grand prize is at the end, we will put all of those names back in so that everybody still has a chance at winning one of those. So let's go ahead and give away a couple more prizes here. How about another one of those dinner bells from Malmark? Are you sensing a pattern here? Yes, Malmark was very generous in giving us 12 of their dinner bells, so we're able to give one of these away at each segment. So we are going to give away another Malmark dinner bell, which is engraved with Merry Christmas. And Jillian Erlenborn, you will be getting one of those. And next we have a year's membership to HMA. This can be a brand new membership. It can be a renewal. If you're recently renewed, it will just add a year on to whenever your membership expires. So let's give it a roll here. I'm going to try my best. Is it Gian Paolo? And it just disappeared. But anyway, it doesn't matter if I pronounced it right because I know I have it spelled right. And you will be receiving a year's membership to HMA. So we will now take you back to Linda.
Hi, folks. I'm back. I have other things to tell you about how great your donation would be to help HMA. HMA, Handbell Musicians of America, we were founded almost 70 years ago. Hard to believe. In 2024, we're celebrating our 70th anniversary. We are going to be having our national seminar that year in Area 1. Area 1 is one of the 12 areas. 12 seems to be a thing here. 12 bells from Malmark, 12 days of Christmas, 12 areas of HMA. Area 1 is the Northeast. That is where HMA was founded way back when. So we are going back to Area 1. We are going to Connecticut in July of 2024 for national seminar to celebrate our 70th anniversary. There will be a lot of things going on in that year to honor that anniversary, but I wanted to give you all the heads up that we are going to a cooler climate in July of 2024. We've been in Nashville in July. We're going to be in Dallas, Irving, Texas in July of 23. So we're going a little cooler. I'm excited as a Northeasterner to get back up there myself. So if you have not already donated today, click the link at the bottom of this video and you will be able to get linked to our PayPal and you can make a donation there. It is fully tax deductible. You will get a lovely note from me that tells that to you for your accountant and your tax purposes. I also wanted to tell you about how we're going to be in Irving, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, in July. We have an amazing seminar committee that I would like to thank publicly here that is working incredibly hard on getting all the preparations done for our National Seminar 2023 in Irving. There will be classes, there will be performing opportunities, there will be what we call Handbell Commons, which is the convention area portion for what we call exhibiting partners, not just vendors. We like to have partnerships with the people that help HMA. And who participates in Handbell Commons are businesses that provide services and equipment for handbell musicians. So we're excited to have lots of them coming to Irving in July. So if you have not already gone to our website, handbellmusicians.org, please do check out the national events section and you will see all the different things that we provide to handbell musicians in terms of education and events. At this point, I am going to send it back to our fabulous host, Michelle Sherrick, and one of my very favorite people on the HMA staff, a fellow 80s child who likes to also sing songs when we've had a few cocktails together, Mr. Brian Childers.
What a great introduction that was, Brian.
Yeah.
So I'll have to hear about those songs another time, I guess. But welcome to the Ring-a-Thon, Brian. How are you doing today?
Thanks so much. It's great to be here.
So we're here to talk about Myers Park United Methodist Church Youth Handbell Ensemble, and you're the director of that, I assume.
I am, yes.
Okay, and that's in Charlotte, North Carolina. Now, did you found this group? Tell me about it.
Yes, so when I first moved to Myers Park is a fairly large Methodist church. And when I moved there, they had a bell group. It's a 5,000 member church, and they had one bell group. And I thought, I bet we can do more than this. And there was a lot of people. So within about 6 months after I took over the bell program, we had expanded to 4 bell groups, and then that eventually ended up at 7, and then we kind of pared back after COVID to a meager 6. So
only 6. I don't know how you're ever going to get by with that.
So the youth bell group was part of that expansion. Yeah.
Well, that's exciting. So I hear that you have some feeder groups for your bells. The ringers in the youth handball ensemble. What are your feeder groups? How do they get into that?
We have 2 feeder groups. One starts at kindergarten, and we have kindergarten through 2nd grade. They are called Tinkerbells. And we have 15 ringers in that group. They ring on hand chimes, and we have a 45-minute rehearsal each week that is divided between learning music reading skills and ringing skills, and learning a little bit of music theory along the way. So we kind of divide that 3 ways, and there's a lot of incentives and prizes and fun that they have intermixed with all the things that they're learning as well. So that's where our kids start, and where I try to, as much as I can, to get them hooked on handbells. And then from there, they move into our what we call junior bells, which is 3rd through 5th grade. And this group does ring from actual printed music where they're building on the skills that they learned in Tinkerbells. And actually, they just rang this past Sunday evening at a program. So this group is ringing level 1 every now and then, level 1+ music, but they're using actual bells and chimes and getting into mallets and all the different techniques and that kind of fun stuff.
Does each of those ringers have 1 or 2 or 5 or 25 instruments? How do they do that? Their bells.
So they have we use typical assignments with junior bells. We just do 3 octaves with them, C4 to C7. And if we need more bells, we have a duplicate set that we can assign them. But we actually use the duplicates in more ways to help them. If they are ready to take on more than 2 bells, we have, I don't have one here, but we have a collection of bell hogs, little dog toys that are squeakies. And we have 1 for each pitch in the scale. So we've got 12. Actually, we've got more than 12. So what we do is we keep our duplicates on these filing cabinets. So all of the C's we have on a filing cabinet, all the C sharps, all the D's. And so each filing cabinet also has a bell hog on top of it. So any child that gets an extra bell on a piece, they get to go get the extra bell and the bell hog that goes along with it. And the bell hog then sits on their table and squeaks sometimes during the middle of rehearsal. We don't use the bell hogs when we ring for worship, but it's a fun thing because it's kind of like a badge of honor that they have earned the ability to have a bell hog on their table. And it encourages.
That's adorable.
It is. It's a lot of fun. And of course, there are all sorts of crazy things that happen with the bell hogs. They often go flying across the room during rehearsals and squeak at the worst possible times. But it gives them the confidence and courage to take on more than just their 2 or 3 normal bells, so that they have 3 or 4 bells. And it challenges them. If they're sitting there, for 6 or 8 measures with nothing to do, they'll say, "Mr. Childers, can I get a bell hog?" And what they really mean is, can I get a bell? But it's a great way to encourage them to expand what they're doing.
Yeah, I've got some youth in my church bell choir this year that I didn't have before. And one thing that I found, and maybe you agree with this, is that the kids don't know it's hard. They'll do anything.
Exactly. Yes. I had a children's group one time. I did a class at National Seminar on them. It was called Drastic Measures. This was several years back, but in Drastic Measures, this group was 3rd through 5th grade, and part of the drastic part was they practiced 3 times a week. So they got 3 hours of practice in. They got to be really good. And I had some just really sharp kids in there, and I had a 4th grader one time that on one piece, she kept on asking for more bells and more bells and more bells. And by the time we got done and ready to perform the piece, she had 9 bells in front of her, and she was ringing them all. And she was just fantastic. Yeah. I think she ended up valedictorian in high school, maybe college too. So she was pretty
Not
sharp.
surprised. That's great. I mean, they just don't know it's hard. My 5th grader, I think he is, I just had him do 4-in-hand last year. I'm like, oh, just pick the other one up like this and do it. And he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, no fear. And that's, you got to take advantage of that as long as it lasts.
Exactly. So I'm hearing about, let's see, where am I on my list of questions? So how many kids are in your youth handbell choir now?
We have 12-ish. You know how youth are. Sometimes they kind of appear for a while and disappear for a little while, but it's right about the 12 mark.
Mm-hmm. And how often do you rehearse, or how often do you play in church?
We rehearse once a week. We rehearse on Sunday afternoons. Actually, our junior bell group rehearses right before youth bells. And so our youth bell group rehearses for an hour every week. We also have a couple of extra, we call them bonus rehearsals, that are actually retreats. We do a Friday night, Saturday deal in the fall, and then also in January to kind of kick off the year and then kick off the new year. And it's when we do one of those, they get 4 or 5 or 6 extra hours of ringing packed in really close. So it really helps to kind of get them a lot further down the road than they would have been otherwise.
That's a great idea. So I know that you're a composer. Do you write any of the music, most of the music, none of the music? What do you do?
So yes, I do write. If I know of a specific need that we have far enough ahead of time, I can write specifically for it. Often, so we do some music that I've written, but often it's music that I wrote 5 or 10 years ago that I know will fit that occasion and is within the ability of whichever group that we have. One of the challenges of writing for groups is because as you know, handbell music doesn't usually get learned in one rehearsal and then presented the next week. So there's a bunch of weeks out that you have to have stuff in front of them. And so often I don't have worship information that far out often enough that I can actually write specifically for those groups.
General is such a great genre, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there were some pieces that I wrote last year that we were able to use this year. So
great. So, okay. So tell me about this annual event you have at your church called Phantom of the Organ. Tell me about that.
Yeah, this was started, I don't know, probably 10 years ago by our organist then. We have a different organist now, but the whole idea is to get kids interested and kind of intrigued by the organ and all the sounds it can make, and to not just hear it as an accompaniment instrument on Sunday morning. Although that's an important role, it can do so many other things. So this was begun as a very short program for children where they could hear music that they knew and loved and also just have fun. And so it was begun on a Wednesday night at a time where kids usually come to our church for children's choirs, those kind of things. So there's a lot of kids already there. So you kind of have a built-in audience, but then we encourage them to just go ahead and wear their Halloween costumes. If the parents have already forked over a bunch of money for the costume, they ought to at least wear it twice, right?
At least.
Yeah, so we have kids showing up in all kinds of crazy costumes, and then the program start to finish is usually 30 to 35 minutes. So it's pretty short, which is great. And you know, each song, the longest song I think was maybe the one that we did, which was about 3 minutes long. Most of them are just really, really short snippets of things. And the kids get so excited when they hear something, that's their thing, where it's the Superman theme or something from Star Wars, or something from one of the latest Disney movies. And so it's just a lot of fun. There are kids everywhere. So it is, I'm not sure I would call it organized chaos. It's more chaos, but it is a lot of fun.
There's such a fine line between chaos and I don't know where I was going with that, but the chaos is so easy to go into, and it can be so much fun. So this year's program, I see you had 2 children's choirs, you had the youth handbells and vocalists as well, and symphony musicians in addition to the organ. So that you fit all that into 30 minutes.
Believe it or not, yes, it may have been 35, but yeah, it was pretty close. Yeah. So as our youth bell program has extended and improved, we wanted to make sure that they got some FaceTime with some of the other groups. And so this was a great opportunity, even though it wasn't an organ specific thing, and the organ didn't even play on this one, I don't think, or maybe they did, I can't remember. It was a great thing because all the youth bell ringers got to dress up as different. Some of them were Muppets, some of them were Sesame Street characters, and some just did their own thing. And it was a lot of fun.
That does sound like a lot of fun. I think it's great that you have this it's basically the introduction to the organ thing. So many kids nowadays, unless they go to a church that uses their organ, they don't really get exposed to that. And I've heard it called the first synthesizer because it's got the trumpets, it's got the reeds, it's got the flutes, it's got all these different sounds it makes. Truly, it is the king of instruments.
Absolutely is, yeah. And our organists do a great job of making it. All these songs that we have, they find different ways to orchestrate on the organ, and it takes so much creativity. It's not just sitting down in one sound. You've just got the whole orchestra at your fingertips when you
I wish I had the keyboard skills to play it because it just is so cool. But they've got their feet and everything going too. But anyway, we have a video of your group here playing. I think it's the Muppet theme. Was that from this year?
That's right.
Okay, let's see if we can watch that.
All right.
Wow, that looked like so much fun, Brian.
It was a blast.
So you were conducting. Tell us again what you were dressed up as.
As the Count from Sesame Street. Not quite the Muppets, but very appropriate because in rehearsals, about every third word out of my mouth is "please count."
Please count. But only to 4, right?
Yeah, that's right.
4 beats. But that looked like so much fun. Looked like your sanctuary was all dressed up as well.
We have a great tech team, and they come in, and there are spider webs, there are smoke machines, and there are up lights all over the place. It's a high production value thing. It's really, really fun.
That is so cool. That is so cool. So speaking of Muppets and handbells, this just occurred to me. They do have a video of them doing Carol of the Bells. I think it's the Swedish Chef, it's Beaker and Animal. they've got a series of videos of the three of them doing musical things, but they do have the Carol of the Bells. And those of you out there watching, go look up the Muppets on YouTube. They are worth subscribing to. They have some great videos out there. But, okay, Brian, what do you like most about working with these kids?
So I think my response, this is not just about kids, this is anybody.
Okay.
I like to see what really kind of feeds me and excites me is seeing the progression of where you start from and where you go to. So even whether it's an advanced group or a very beginner, to like for our Tinkerbells, to see them walk in the room and not even know what a hand chime is, but then to be able to go from there to learning to play and to damp and to do some different techniques, and then growing from there and watching them move into junior bells and youth bells, and to see all the lights go on, you know, when they get things and then get excited. One of the kids that started with me in our junior bell program is now a sophomore in high school. And I actually have 2 sophomores in my youth bell group. Those are actually the oldest kids in my youth bell group, which is pretty cool, which means I've got them for a few more years. But both of my sophomores this year were added to our adult bell sub list, which means when any of our adults were out, they were the first ones that our adults had to call, if that makes sense. And this particular ringer has subbed in both of our adult bell groups for about 8 weeks straight. So she's been ringing in 3 different bell groups, and she cannot get enough of handbells, and I just love that. That's amazing. So
that is great.
Seeing the kids go from this is a handbell to ringing at a high level is just really, really cool.
And I'm assuming if she's subbing, she's playing a different part every time?
She, in some of the groups, in one of the groups, yes. In the other group, we lost, in our advanced group, we lost a ringer because of family issues 6 weeks ago. And so she just stepped in and she started playing that part every week and did an amazing job. They rang this past Sunday in worship.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So here we go. Do you have any advice for anybody who wants to start a youth handbell program?
Yes, I can talk a few minutes about that.
Go ahead.
The first thing is make sure that you have lots of energy and that you're willing to share that energy and excitement with the youth. Develop relationships with the youth in any way that you can, and then recruit all the time. I am all the time recruiting because the more kids you get, the more fun it is and the more they enjoy it. One of the challenges, I think, in beginning a group is getting that critical mass where there's enough of them where they feel the whole strength and numbers thing and don't feel quite as exposed. If you've only got 3 ringers, then it's a little bit more of a challenge. But the more that they feel comfortable and then they feel like they are a self-sustaining group, the more excited that they get. So this particular youth bell group has struggled for a couple years, and they finally are starting to hit their stride. And I saw that coming at the end of last year. So our church does a big Christmas concert every year. We did it 2 weeks ago. We have about 1,500 people that attend this Christmas concert. And for 10 plus years, our advanced adult bell group has played for this Christmas concert. And I decided this year that our youth were ready to do this. So I kicked the adults out, and the youth rang for this a couple weeks ago. One of the pieces they were able to play with a full orchestra, and then the other piece they played by themselves, and they did a fantastic job. And I'm hoping to just start using them every year.
That's great. Such a great opportunity for them to experience all of that as well. I came to handbells as an adult, and I really wish that I had known about them, when I was younger. I mean, I've been a musician since third grade. I don't remember not being able to read music. Let me just put it that way. But didn't know anything about handbells until I was in my 20s, and it has just been an amazing thing. And I can't help but think about how much these children's lives are enriched by this. I mean, there's all those things that Linda's been talking about, but
yeah, it's a magical thing when you see kids experience that for the first and second and third time. And I know for me personally, I was in third grade when the church that I was attending, that I grew up in, got their first set of bells. My dad was the director of music, and he actually bought the bells, and he made me wait a year before I started ringing, and I could not wait to get my hands on bells. And he immediately started all these groups, and he took the adults to festivals. So as a third grader, fourth grader, I was being dragged to all these festivals. And at that point, I wasn't really that interested in bells, but I sat underneath the tables reading books for school or whatever. And I soaked up all that sound of the mass ringing. But I didn't realize then was I would never be able to get enough of it, because every time I hear that sound, it just kind of, all the hair on my arm stands up. It's just amazing experience. But all that goes back to my experience as a child and being around bells then.
That's great. That's awesome. I love it when people in the bell choir, they're like, I couldn't get a citizen. It's like, okay, that's fine. Bring them over there and let them play, or
Exactly.
give them a chime. One of my bell groups, we were doing rubber ducky, and there's a squeaker part. So we had a little girl, she was in 6th grade. She was doing the squeaker part, and I put her next to her father, who was doing the B6, C7 part. And she kept saying, Daddy, no, that's a wrong beat. No, Daddy, that should have been flat. No, Daddy, that should have been natural. We're like, okay, she's playing next year.
Yes. You're hired.
Exactly. And she went on to play all through high school. She was great. So thank you so much for being with us, Brian. Really appreciate that. And looks like we're going back to Linda after this. So thanks, Brian. Have a great night.
You too.
Okay, we're just going to hold a pose here while we wait. I love live events. Derek? Okay, Brian, keep talking. Tell me something else.
Yeah, so there's another thing that I've done with our children's group that was fun. I did this several years ago. It's called the Conductor's Apprentice. And I kind of stole some of the thoughts about the Disney, the Sorcerer's Apprentice. That's kind of where I got the idea. But what I did is I took my 5th grade ringers and began teaching them how to conduct. And I did it outside of bell rehearsal. And then our goal was by the end of the year that they knew enough about conducting that they could conduct their peers in a rehearsal. And I actually, a couple of times, have had kids that were far enough along and confident enough that they directed during a worship service, which is really cool.
That's so wonderful. That's great. And not only does that, build confidence for them that they can actually lead a group, but that also helps them with their own counting, because when they know there's so much more about learning music and everything than it is just playing the instrument. I mean, the way you think about it and being able to put all of that somatically, into the body to embody those things. That's a great idea, having them conduct. I'm filing this away for future use.
The most challenging parts of that was having them to actually try to lead a rehearsal with like 6 of us. So there would be them and their peers and me, and I would go ring their bells. And I would tell them, I'm going to make a mistake at some point, and they would have to figure out where the mistake was, stop the rehearsal, and then say, Mr. Childers, you made a mistake there. And they didn't have any trouble finding the mistake. What they had trouble doing was correcting an adult, because they didn't want to do that. They couldn't say, Mr. Childers, you were wrong. All they could say was, Mr. Childers, that wasn't right. But it was a great experience for them to be able to listen critically and know, hey, this was not quite right. Let's stop and fix that. And again, like you said, I do think it makes them better ringers when they're listening more like that than just for
absolutely
A, B, A, B, A, A, B, B.
So I have a little prompt here to ask you about Night Ranger.
Linda must be listening. Night Ranger's my favorite 80s band. And that's sort of where some of that karaoke stuff came from back at Distinctly Bronze, where we had a long day and decided we just needed to kind of cut loose a little bit at night.
I love karaoke myself. It's great.
It's a lot of fun.
Okay, so with that, we're ready to go back to Linda now. Thank you so much, Brian. Have a great night.
Bye.
I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble for that one. Poor Brian. He should never have admitted to me his favorite 80s band, because I bring it up all the time now when I see him. One of the things Brian mentioned I wanted to touch upon about musicians and making mistakes, and I teach this to my own students. I teach voice and piano. If you can hear the mistake, that's half the battle. If you know where the error was, then you know that you'll be able to correct it, because you need to be able to know that you're making the mistake first. So just a little thought there. One of the things that donations do, and I have to say we're getting close to 6,000. I'm very excited about that. So feel free to donate. Click the link at the bottom of the video. HMA offers teaching events throughout the year that are hosted by HMA National, which is us, but also our 12 areas. And the events that we present and produce are not only about performance. They include classes, workshops on composition for handbells, arranging music for handbells. Of course, performance techniques, always very important. We talked about conducting. Brian mentioned conducting in his discussion with Michelle, and we feature conducting as some of our classes because it's important that you know how to conduct for handbells and for lots of other instruments too. And of course, we focus a lot on music education for handbells and how handbells and hand chimes are a great way to teach students music education concepts. So we're going to touch base about that later. I don't want to steal the thunder of our education committee, who are going to be coming up later. What I wanted to also share with you about, as again, I mentioned to you that I'm not a handbell musician myself. My experience with handbells was primarily through my church. I went to Vincent United Methodist Church when I was younger in Nutley, New Jersey, home of Martha Stewart, in case anyone's curious. You can catch that as a Jeopardy question sometimes. Anyway, so my experience with handbells was a group of probably 12 or 15 people performing weekly, and I loved it. I did perform back then. But what I didn't know about handbells, and I have learned in the last 11 months, is that you can be a solo handbell ringer. Did not know that. See, I'm learning lots of things. That there is something called bell trees. Not going to explain it. I'm going to have you, it's a little teaser, stay on for the next session, and then you will learn about it. And there's also obviously something called mast ringing, which Brian mentioned in passing. Which I did not know anything about until I went to Distinctly Bronze East, which is an event that we hold in New Bern, Connecticut every February. And it's considered a mast ringing. We had last year about 90 performers simultaneously performing handbell music. This year we have 135 people coming to New Bern, Connecticut the last weekend in February. And that event, I have to say, is exceptional. It is for high-level performers for Distinctly Bronze. There's also a one notch below, which is called Reaching for Bronze, which you still have to be a really excellent player to be able to do that. Did I say North Carolina, not Connecticut below? I don't know what someone just wrote to me, but it's in New Bern, Connecticut. If I said North Carolina or I said Connecticut, I don't know what I'm doing. Let me start over again. It's in New Bern, North Carolina. I may have said Connecticut. I apologize. New Bern, North Carolina is where we are going to be. A lovely little town. There will be a mast ringing. There will be 135 handbell musicians there. We literally take over this little tiny town. And I do want to share that that event is open to the public, the concert, on Sunday afternoon, last Sunday in February. It will blow your mind. I remember filming some of it, putting it on social media, and lots of folks that are friends with me on social media, they had not been in the handbell world before, and their minds were blown, and they were like, what? there are this many people playing handbells at the same time. Amazing. So I want to encourage you, if you are in the North Carolina area, not the Connecticut area, in the last weekend of February, to please join us at Distinctly Bronze. Again, all the information about these events, handbellmusicians.org. So I think, well, it's been a long day, someone wrote to me. We got many hours to go and many thousands of dollars to go. So, oh, someone's talking to me in my ear. What are you saying? I can toss it to JR, thank goodness, because you're probably all wondering what the heck in a handbasket I'm talking about right now. I'm going to go refresh my caffeinated beverage so I am sparkly for the next session. And for now, I'm going to toss it to JR.
In Linda's defense, it's been a long couple of days. Okay, so it's time to give away some more stuff. And first up, how about another one of Malmark's dinner bells? Now they'll go to Pamela Nicolason. Hope I got that right. And then let's do another download of Michelle's solo CD, Chimera. And Leslie Lewis is the proud downloader of that. And just so you know, as people win prizes, I look up in our database to see if we have your contact information. And if we don't, watch the chat because I will be putting messages in the chat if we do not have your name in order to email me your contact information so that we can arrange to get your prize to you. Also, I'll do the same thing. If you have a screen name on YouTube that actually is not your actual name, same thing. So if you see one of those names pop up as a win, I will be putting a message in the chat to email us so that we can get that to you. And so now we are going back to Michelle.
Thank you, JR. So here I am with Karen Van Wert and Barbara Brocker, and we are here to talk about bell trees. So either of you can answer. What is a bell tree? There might be people out there watching who have no idea what that is. So tell us about it.
So a bell tree is a way to interlock the handles of a bell, the bells together, and you can see the example in my background here. And then you can mallet them. So it allows you to ring multiple bells very easily and very quickly.
Doesn't it get heavy holding them up all that long?
Oh, that's how it started back in the day when Louise Fryer first started with bell trees. People would just hold them, and it was really heavy to process with those and hold them while you're rehearsing and so forth. And eventually we came up with concepts. Barb was instrumental in coming up with a concept of creating a bell tree stand. There are dowel poles like the one Monica McGowan introduced back in the 80s. So there have been ways we've created new ideas and ingenuity as the result of requirements or necessity. So we have ways to hang them now or suspend them so you can easily mallet with both hands.
That's awesome. So Barb, tell us about Louise Fryer and how did she come to do handbells? Do you know?
I understand that she saw her kids in her choirs stringing out the bells and carrying them to the cases, and she said, "But you could play a tune on that," and she began to write.
Mm-hmm. They've got to be looped handles for a reason. This obviously is the reason for them to be in loop.
Yes.
So. How did each of you actually become involved in bell trees?
Barb, you go first. Oh, me first. Well, I actually by accident. A friend of mine, we did one of Louise Fryer's pieces, The Journey, and I played recorder for the second bell tree in that part. And we were literally holding them up and so forth. And so we were having trouble with the castings touching and asked our director to purchase some separators. And the next thing I knew, there was this coat rack in the Beltry room. I said, "What is that thing?" And she said, "Well, that's that Beltry stand you requested." And I was like, holy cow. I asked for $5 and she bought, this very expensive piece of equipment. I was like, well, we had spent that much money on the equipment. I better learn how to use it. So I bought some of Barb Brocker's pieces and started ringing Beltries. And I went to a session. Barb was here in Minnesota for an event down in Northfield. And I got there and I said, "Barb, I played one of your pieces." And she asked me which piece. And I told her, and she said, "Great, you're going to help me teach this class." So that was my introduction to Barb.
So Barb, how did you start with Beltries?
Oh, my husband moved to a new church and I was in his office and somebody said, "Well, you are you going to play Beltries, bells?" And I said, "What's a bell?" Well, once we started, I started dragging them to conferences because their Area 10 had all kinds of things going on. And I remember being this was in the late 80s, and I remember being in a evening reception where it was kind of dark, and I heard the tinkle of bells and chimes in the background, and coming snaking through the people, holding their cake and their whatever they were drinking, they were snaking through playing, dressed in long white robes and playing one of Louis Fryer's pieces, and they were led by a Beltry. And if you could imagine everyone freezing and watching these young kids, it was mesmerizing. And so when I returned to the church, I said, "Well, we could do this and we could do that." And we just took off. And luckily my husband, I would ask him, because he was a pastor, and I said, "Well, Saturday night, lying in bed," and I said, "Well, can we do this Beltry wise tomorrow morning?" A heck of a time to ask. And he would always say, "Sure, go ahead, as long as you don't slow down the service," because it was 8:30, 9:45, Sunday school, 11 o'clock. And so I had a wonderful bell choir director who we would scheme, and she would come up with things and I would, and a fellow in the congregation built a Beltry stand in his shop, in his garage. And so that was Kitty by the door to play and come up with all kinds of things.
That's awesome. I remember the first time I saw Beltries. It was similar. It was at Dean Wagner's church in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. I had gone down there. I lived in Cleveland. I had driven down to attend a concert, and they walked in processing with the Beltries. I'm like, "What are they doing? This is great." So you're right. It's just mesmerizing. That's a great way to put it, Barb. So, okay, this is another question for Barb. You played Beltries at International Symposium. I'm especially thinking of when it was in Japan, and there was another instrument with you. Was that the koto? Is that what she played?
Yes.
Or was
Yes.
So how did that happen? Tell me about that.
Well, I don't know how I got word of the scal, but I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if we played something that was koto and Beltry? And I looked for something that was Japanese, and I found Spring C, which is written as a C instrument solo along with a bell choir. And we began to correspond, and I learned the C instrument part, and she was such an excellent koto player that she could play that all on the koto. And we emailed, we got together, we only could rehearse once. Rules didn't allow us to do any more, and boom, we were on stage. That was it. And that has turned into a lasting friendship.
That's excellent. So Karen, do you have, my notes say that you had a memorable experience in Wittenberg. Tell me about that.
Yes, I did. My husband is a pastor, and he was invited to be the English speaking minister in Wittenberg, and he was stationed there for 2 weeks. And as we prepared to go over, I knew that one of the organists at the Wittenberg Castle Church is originally from the Midwest. So I had communicated with her, and said, "Hey, if I come over, can I use your bells and ring while I'm there? And she said yes. And she said, and please ring at services. So when we got over to Wittenberg, I actually did a class for her choir, some coaching, and played with them, and then had a rehearsal and played at Wittenberg Church in Wittenberg. So at the Castle Church, it was fantastic. It was a great experience, and it was very surreal. That morning, we set up the table, and literally, if I had thrown a bell off the table, it would have landed on Luther's grave. So it was a little disconcerting to be
over there
right
around
there. You've been
yeah.
there too, I know, Michelle. So I was like, what was I thinking? What am I doing here? And I just told myself, you know, you may not be the best bell ringer in the world, but you're the best bell ringer in Wittenberg Castle Church today. And off we went. And she told me too that we were going to play prelude and postlude, and I was like, oh no, no one listens to those things. You know, I never play prelude in the States. And she said, oh no, they come early and sit, and they're very quiet, and they wait until the prelude's done, and then they'll clap for you. And sure enough, the church was full before the prelude started, and it was full when the postlude stopped, and they all clapped. So it was an amazing experience. And it turns out that Sarah, the organist, her grandmother, it was from my hometown. So her grandmother and my grandmother traveled together. So Sarah and I found out that we had a major connection as well.
That is so cool. That is so cool. When I was there, they were doing the renovations before the 500th anniversary. And so it was all in scaffolding. So you actually had to pull back the things to go back and see Luther's grave. So bell trees. So it seems to me, I mean, obviously they've been around for a while, but I feel like bell trees kind of exploded onto the scene in the mid 2000s as a solo instrument in its own right. And due in large part, of course, to Barb's efforts. So and since then, there's so many resources available for bell trees. So what kind of resources, if for ringers who are interested in exploring bell trees, what kind of resources are available for them?
We have, there's a Google group for bell tree enthusiasts. So it's a great place for people to come and ask questions and get involved that way. And after our first Into the Forest, the inaugural Into the Forest event, exploring among the trees that we did in 2019, we started a resources library. And there's all kinds of information there, videos on how to string a bell tree, videos on how to create hymn embellishments, music, class notes on how to teach beginning bell tree classes, all kinds of things that are available on that in that resource library.
Awesome. Now you mentioned the bell tree forest. We have a video here from the Cupertino, California Spring Ring with 9 bell trees playing along with the mass ringing for "'Tis a Gift to Be Simple" with Fred Graham as the conductor. So if we can roll that video, I'm sure everybody would love to see that. was great. So Barb, tell me about how that happened.
I was a clinician in the Bay Area at Cupertino, and there were so many bell tree soloists and ringers or teachers in the area that it just sounded like fun to get together and play something together. And that particular piece was an Anna Laura Page arrangement for bell choir. And all I had done was extracted a bell tree part and put the rest of it into piano. And I did not realize until we were scheming on this that you could play the solo part as well as the bell choir part at the same time with a few tweaks. And so we put it together, and we had 9 ringers, and Fred Grayman went for it, and it was really special. There was so much going on. You could always watch a different bell tree ringer, and then you could watch the choir. It was great fun.
That's a great event anyway that they have every year, but that one was really special with all of those bell trees. So speaking of like a forest of bell trees, tell us, Karen, about your event coming up, Into the Forest. What's it about?
Into the Forest is an opportunity for bell tree ringers or enthusiasts of all skill levels to come together and share ideas, learn new things, dream about the future. We did our first one in 2019. We had 16 ringers from across the United States that came together in Minnesota, and we just had a great few days together to share and explore what bell trees are about and dream about the future. And out of that came the resource library, the most recent contest that we had for the Bell Tree and Choir contest, and a number of other things that were driven out of that event. We tried to have another event in 2020, but obviously that got deferred. So we've rescheduled it. It's coming up in 2023. Registration is already open. Early bird registration ends January 1st. It'll be June 22nd through the 24th in Lakeville, Minnesota. And we try and keep it really low cost. So we do things like offer homestays, transportation, all kinds of things to help keep the cost really minimal so that people can come and share ideas. And we've got a number of people registered already, from newbies that are just getting started on bell tree to Barb, myself, and others who will be helping with teaching and so forth, as well as composers that are coming to learn more about bell tree so that they can compose for us going forward and understand what makes a really good bell tree piece and what makes it difficult for the bell tree ringer.
Right. That's so exciting.
It is.
I wish I could go, but I've got another event happening that week. I already looked. Okay.
We'll miss you.
Thank you. I need one more thing to do, right? So we've got actually another video here lined up. It's actually LA Bronze, Los Angeles Bronze, which Linda Krantz, who's a bell tree soloist as well. She founded that group a few years ago. And this is Lore of the Loom by Kevin McChesney. Oh, that was exciting. You had the pipers, the piccolo and the bell trees and the drums. That was great. So Karen, we were talking a little bit back channel here about praise band music, using bell trees with praise band. Tell me about your efforts with that.
I think that praise band is one of the fun things to do. I've been doing it with a couple of my different congregations, and I'm actually playing a new piece this weekend that I'm excited about. And I think that bell trees really lend themselves to taking bells into the contemporary service and into praise band, because it takes up less space. One person can ring a lot of parts, and you can marry bells, which a lot of people think of as more traditional, but it's actually a very young instrument. So bringing it into the contemporary setting and utilizing it that way, it just adds such a great dynamic to the contemporary worship service.
That's great. So what piece are you playing on Sunday? You can't just tell us that.
Called, yeah, He Has Come for Us.
Mm-hmm.
And it combines God Rest You Merry Gentlemen is the melody for a couple of the verses with some new text. And so I'm playing God Rest You Merry Gentlemen as the bell part for those verses.
Oh, cool.
And I'm also practicing really hard at singing and ringing at the same time. So that's my challenge. I can sing it. The problem is getting all the words. So I'm trying to see the bells, see the words, and get it all pulled together. But it's been a fun challenge. I know. Yeah.
It's the only way to do it. Yeah. As a soloist, sometimes people are like, how do you memorize all the music? It's like, I don't have time to look at music.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm looking at the bells, not the music, and yeah, need to memorize all the words, which sometimes I do well and sometimes not so much on those newer pieces, but it's been a lot of fun, and exploring that more as we go forward. Finally, after doing a couple of them now, the director of music is like, oh yeah, this is a great idea. I'm like, yeah, help me write stuff, because I am not a composer to speak of. I can do simple things, but I don't have the real background to really develop that. So I rely on others to help me accomplish some of those things.
That's great. That's such a great way to use the bells. And I'm looking forward to seeing more resources in that regard. So Karen, get on it.
Me too. Let's all get on it.
Barb and Karen, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Michelle. This has been fun. And Barb, good to see you too.
Good to see you all.
So
look
we're going
forward
to
hearing Linda everybody now. Ringing bell trees in the future.
Yes. Okay, we're sending it back to Linda now.
Hi, everybody. We are at the top of the 7 o'clock hour on the East Coast here, and I wanted to welcome all of our new viewers. Some folks may have not heard us earlier today. So we are Handbell Musicians of America. I am Linda Honorevely, the Executive Director, and we have 3 more hours of performances, interviews, trivia questions, prizes, great things happening in the next 3 hours. Our goal is to raise $10,000 or more, which we would love. Right now we're at $5,828.35. So if you have not donated yet, I hope you'll consider doing that. One of the ways you can win a prize is if you are a donor tonight. If you donate between $1 and $99, you get your name on the prize wheel one time. If you donate between $100 and $299, you get your name on the wheel twice. And any donation over $300, your name gets on the prize wheel for 3 times. So the odds are better the higher that you donate. But all of the odds are, everyone can possibly win a prize who donates. So the grand prizes, these are really interesting and special prizes. We have 2 commissions that have been donated. One is by Sandra Tucker. The other is by Hart Morris. And then we also have registration for the National Seminar in Irving, Texas, which we've talked about a few times tonight. So if you haven't made your donation yet, I hope you will click the link at the bottom of the screen and get your name on that snazzy little ticker that's running across the top. I want to talk to you also about advocacy for handbells. That's one of the things that HMA does. We are advocates for our art form and for our instrument. And we have learned that unless you're in the room where decisions and policy is being made, you could be overlooked. That's for lots of things, but we're talking specifically about handbells. So we are more involved now than we have ever been in some of the national organizations like Americans for the Arts and the National Association for Music Educators. And we're participating actively. We're working with their leadership. We're participating in advocacy efforts for our instrument, and also, as we talked about many times tonight, for arts education and music education specifically. So as you'll see in our weekly emails, which you are certainly encouraged to sign up for, you can do that on our website, handbellmusicians.org. You will start to see more things in there about advocacy and the importance of us standing up and saying, you know what, handbells are an amazing instrument, and hand chimes, and it's important for us to be in the forefront of what's happening musically in terms of education and performance. And like I said, that means us getting in the rooms, and that means us going to meetings and speaking up and saying, you know what, there's an all-state band, there's an all-state choir, there's an all-state jazz band, there's an orchestra, there should be an all-state handbell ensemble. So our very enthusiastic education committee is working hard to get those things happening. And I am, as your executive director, doing that as well. So I'm going to ask Derek in my ear where we are going next, or if I should talk some more, which, as you all know, I can do. I can toss to JR too, because JR again has the fun part. He gets to give away the prizes. I get to ask for the money. JR gets to give away the prizes. So let's go to JR.
So give us some more money so we've got more people on that prize wheel to give prizes to. Okay, so time for another one of Malmark's dinner bells engraved with Merry Christmas. This is a genuine Malmark casting with a wooden handle. They're very lovely. And that will go to ooh, just flipped over. That goes to Nick Hansen. And then we will do another download of Michelle Sherrick's solo CD, Chimera. And Lisa Phillips will receive that. So don't forget, keep answering trivia questions. Send some money our way, and you'll get your name up there. And then also, just a reminder, when you've won a prize, your name will come off of the prize wheel temporarily. But keep answering questions because we will put all of those names back on the prize wheel when it comes time to do the grand prizes at the end, so that everybody's got a chance for those. And I would like to now turn you over to, we're going to give Michelle's voice a little break here. And our interviewer now is going to be our president-elect of the National Board, Greg Ashurst.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much, JR, for that great introduction. And thank you, Linda, for all the things you've said about alternative ensembles and getting music in a variety of ways, including all-state handbell ensembles and things like that. I encourage you to go to your state music education association and encourage them to create an all-state handbell ensemble wherever they go. I know there's one in Indiana, and really close to Indiana is Ohio, and there are some wonderful handbells in Ohio. And so I wanted to take this moment to introduce you to Ben Owen and Jenny Chappell, who are from Queen City Bronze, and they are here to talk to us a little bit about a great performance we're going to hear in a few minutes. So welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely. Well, tell us a little bit about Queen City Bronze.
Okay. So Queen City Bronze was founded several years ago. I was not one of the founding members. I've only been in it for 10 years. So we're a nonprofit organization focused on just doing handbell outreach and being active in our community and just letting people know about the wonderful things that we can do with handbells. Yeah.
Excellent. So I understand it's an auditioned group.
Yes.
And it sort of the main mission of the ensemble is to increase the understanding and the appreciation of handbells and this beautiful instrument that we all so love, and why we're all here watching this ring-a-thon.
Exactly.
And so today's performance also includes the Cincinnati Camarada. And we have Ben Owen, who is the director and arranger for the Camarada. Tell us a little bit about this ensemble.
Yeah, so again, I'm Ben Owen, and I'm the artistic director for the Cincinnati Camarada, which is a community chamber choir in the Cincinnati area. Mixed voices, but no more than 28 singers. And we just are in the midst of our 30th year as an organization, but I joined in about a year ago as artistic director. And I am also a ringer in Queen City Bronze. Jenny Cawhorn is our artistic director there.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Tell me a little bit about the performances that the Camarada does around the Cincinnati area or beyond, and tell me what sort of things they do.
Camarada is a bit of a project choir. So really our goal is to challenge our singers who are accomplished musicians in their own right, although perhaps in different day jobs. So we have, we have welders and we have college professors. We have composers and church musicians and science teachers, all who have sung throughout their lives and want to continue making high-level music. So we have generally 2 concert cycles a year, one in early December, and traditionally that's a Marian concert focusing on Advent themes around Mary. And then spring is kind of whatever the artistic director wants, which is always really, really fun to put together.
Excellent. So it could be sort of an eclectic mix of music, some jazz, things like that, a wide variety.
Right. Yeah.
That's excellent.
Yeah, mostly just because of my own interests, usually sacred or sacred-ish music.
Okay.
And like collegiate choral repertoire.
Oh, excellent. That's wonderful. So how did this collaboration come to being between the Queen City Bronze and the Camarada for this performance?
So my full-time job, I'm the director of music at Hyde Park Community United Methodist Church in Cincinnati, Ohio, which took me a long time to be able to say as fluently as I just said it. But as part of my job, I work with Jenny Cawhorn. She is our carillon choir director at church. And I knew right when I came into this job that I wanted to also join Queen City Bronze. And Queen City Bronze also rehearses at Hyde Park Methodist.
Okay. So there was a natural connection there.
Yes, very
Excellent.
much.
That's wonderful.
And Jenny is the best. So she's a really good collaborator. So we thought, why don't we come together for this like Christmas time, Advent time concert.
That's excellent. Excellent. What made you choose this piece? What made you choose to arrange this?
Well, originally, I was just kind of curious with Jenny and asked her, what is there for like advanced choir and advanced handbell ensemble? And she was like, I need to look that up. So she asked multiple people across the nation because of her connections, and we got a lot of like hymn concertatos, so like choir, handbells, and organ of Christmas carols, which wasn't really what we were going for in the concert. And there's a few, I don't know, we just found that a lot of the repertoire for choir and handbells is like church repertoire, and the handbell part is maybe 2 or 3 octaves at the most.
Okay.
And I wanted to make sure that if Queen City Bronze is joining us for a concert, we're going to use all of the cool things that we have, all of our octaves and the giant chimes and the big 2 octave bells and you know, definitely, especially the C2, because
That's wonderful. Yeah,
bell to ring. So
absolutely. You often don't get arrangements where it's a full handbell ensemble with beyond the scope of, like you said, 2 and 3 octaves, or just a few bells, 12 bells here or there.
Right.
That's great.
There was one that was very close, and I cannot remember the name of it, but it was for like an Australian bell convention, and it was for like youth choir, like SSAB, and really, really big advanced handbell ensemble, but that also didn't quite fit. So we decided, I decided, and Jenny was like, okay, to arrange something or write something that could equally
match both competency levels.
Yeah,
that's a great way to put it.
Right. And
so Jenny, how long did you guys rehearse with this piece? How long did the Handbell Queen City Bronze rehearse this piece?
We typically start rehearsing every Sunday after Labor Day. And I think we did at least a quarter of the rehearsals. We spent a good hour or so, and then we just had the one rehearsal with the choir before actually performing it. So I think it was really gratifying to finally be able to hear both parts together.
It's such an incredible process when you get to combine those things. We just had a performance where we were able to combine my band program with our handbell program and the choral program, and just watching the musicians interact with each other and their eyes light up when you hear the other parts with it. In fact, we have some rehearsal footage of last week's rehearsal, don't we? And I think it'd be rather cool to see some of that, if we don't mind. And I think we should see that now. So if Derek wouldn't mind.
So in Camarada rehearsal on Tuesday, I looked at all of them and I said, if any one of you gets sick, you're going to hear about it. And then I got sick. So that's where we are. Camarada, meet, Queen City Bronze, I think that we should start and see what happens.
Always.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, come
now, brother, Jesse,
I went crazy.
Yeah. If you put like an accent on the it'll stick together.
All right, cool.
So 38, pickups to 39. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, come now, brother, Jesse, from every foe deliver them, that trust thy mighty power to save, and give them victory o'er the day. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Well, we finished together. We did.
Well, that was wonderful. That was great. I bet it was exciting for the musicians, for both sides, both ensembles, because it's not something that they get to do every day, every week, except maybe in some church work, but now with such wonderful professional musicians. That's incredible. So tell us a little bit about your arranging process for this piece. Doesn't have to be, don't give us the full lowdown if you don't want to, but yeah, what inspired you? Where did you find inspiration for this arrangement?
So I knew that I wanted it to be something familiar for listeners to grab onto. So I chose O Come, O Come, Emmanuel, because also with the Advent event of the concert, it works. I also knew that I wanted to show a lot of different techniques on the handbells, because a lot of the people that were coming to this mostly choir concert haven't ever seen a handbell choir outside of maybe some of their churches, and even then it just kind of depends on the denomination sometimes. So I did want to show off Queen City Bronze, and to use particularly the big chimes that we had just completed the set the previous year. And also I wanted to make sure that the ensembles had they took turns accompanying each other and having solo sections by themselves so that they're equally yoked. And just so that the handbells weren't relegated to just accompanying the choir.
Yeah, that's
so
absolutely.
I wanted to show off the best of both groups. So I decided, and I also wanted to make it fairly difficult for both groups as well. So I chose mixed meter for the handbells. So there's the piece that starts with singing bells with the choir chanting on top of that texture, and then kind of emerging out of that into a handbell kind of dance. I would say, would you call it that? Yeah,
it is.
It's a dance in 7/8 that then kind of dovetails into the choir section, where they give these huge 8-part chords singing the text of O Come, O Come, Emmanuel, as well in 7/8. And then I would describe the end as a handbell meltdown.
Yes, but also triumphant.
Yeah, a triumphant handbell meltdown.
So lots of random ring, or a little bit of random ringing in spots, or
well, there is like we called it an ordered random ring in the beginning, where where the treble bells, the really upper treble bells, have to kind of turn in on each other and ring a pattern outside of the time of everything else, and totally ignore the conductor and just stop when you do. Yeah.
I was like, because you had to listen to the choir what they were singing to be like, okay, it's time to get back in. Because otherwise,
right. So what was that like playing, Jenny? What was like playing the piece?
I mean, I absolutely loved it. Sorry, I just really loved your arrangement. I think it was the right amount of challenging. I love that it was just an entirely new piece. I love being able to do something with a choir, because one of the things I love about handbells is that like I'm not confident in my own voice, but I can like sing with ringing.
I've heard you sound fine.
No, anyway.
What were some of the reactions that you heard, Jenny, from the Camarada as they worked it with you guys?
I think they were a little bit in awe, or like just the general excitement, especially in rehearsal, of finally hearing the 2 parts. I think was the biggest part. And it took us a second to kind of like gel.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Yeah. It's sometimes the bells feel so loud, but they've got a powerful voice. So
it's often a challenge for musicians that don't play handbells to adjust to the overtones, the timbre, and not a problem of matching pitch, but just hearing the texture from a voice to a handbell or a violin or things like that. But singers, they're often wowed by that first initial reaction of sound. That's great. So the piece it's arranged as I have written here. So it's arranged for advanced handbells and chorus, and it's written for 7 octaves of bells and chimes and a full 8-part chorus. Mm-hmm. The challenging piece is yet unpublished, hopefully soon, right? And it's at one day, right? With a level at a level 4+. It uses a variety of techniques of singing bells, mallets, meloding, martellato, and random ringing, all combined with complex harmonies, compound rhythms, and mixed meter. Well, I'm excited to hear this, and I think we're ready. Are you ready to hear it? So this is a performance from this past weekend's concert. You did a concert on Sunday evening, and then Saturday evening, and then Sunday afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was that concert?
It's at St. Catherine of Siena, Catholic Church on the west side of Cincinnati.
Wonderful. All right, so here is Veni, Veni, Emmanuel, arranged by Ben Owen. Wow. Ben, that was wonderful. I wrote down right away the word refreshing. That was wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Jenny, Ben, that was a really nice performance. I wish I had been there live. Of course, I wish I could be at every concert I hear live, but it doesn't always happen. All the textures were just beautiful, intricate. Thank you so much for that. One of the things I see here is that you wrote that through community engagement, professional performances, and education, the Queen City Bronze intends to leave a unique musical stamp on the Cincinnati and the surrounding areas. And I think with this performance, this arrangement, and being here on the Ring-a-Thon, I think you've left that stamp far beyond the Cincinnati and surrounding areas. I thank you so much for sharing your gift with us, sharing your time with us, sharing your music. And do you have anything you would like to say before we go?
Well, thank you so much for having us. Thank you for broadcasting this performance, and we're pretty proud of it. We were smiling all the way through, just thinking about how far it came from that very first rehearsal of what the heck is 7/8. You know what I mean? So thank you so much. And if anybody wants to publish that piece,
please reach out.
Feel free to reach out. Yes.
Absolutely, Ben. Oh, and you can find him at Hyde Park United Methodist Church, right?
Indeed.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. And now we're going to jump on over to Linda Honorevoli to share some wonderful information and experience with.
Thank you, Greg. Well, I hope my information is wonderful. I can say though, echoing what Ben said, sometimes I look at 7/8 and go, what is 7/8? But anyway, one of the goals we've had tonight is to get donations from every state, all 50, and every area, which are our regions of HMA. And I'm happy to say that we have met the goal of every area donating. So congratulations. We've gone 1 through 12, which is great. Our states, we have a little more work to be done. So I'm going to call out a couple states and try to encourage you to maybe make your donation now. And again, it doesn't have to be a large donation. Small donations are just as valuable to us and mean so much and help us meet our goals educationally, musically. So I would love to hear from folks in Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas. By the way, I learned the state song in elementary school, and I know my best friend did too, Linda. Her name is also Linda. She donated. Thank you, Linda Beard, for donating. We learned this song in elementary school, the state song. I'm sure if you've learned it, you still do the song in your mind. So you can sing along while I announce these states. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas. We need Delaware, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, Mississippi, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York. Come on, people. I'm from Jersey. New Yorkers, let's do it. Bring some donations in. North Dakota, Ohio, which is the home or has been the home of HMA for many, many years. Our physical offices were in Cincinnati, so I'm hoping our Ohioans will start to donate. Oklahoma, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Tennessee, Vermont, and Wyoming. If I have not said your state, you have already donated. So thank you to all who have already donated. And once you do donate, you will get an opportunity to win some prizes. And someone just put Ohio with big question marks, like how could they not be represented? I don't know. Ohio, bring it. Let's go. Anyway, one of the things HMA does is advocate, as I mentioned before, for our art form. We also promote handbells in schools. And as you saw, Greg Ashurst, our president-elect, who led that interview, he is on our education committee, very involved in handbells in education. And he and a fellow board member, Jillian Erlenborn, also an educator, music educator, they have been bringing something called the Handbell Playground to various events throughout the country. We will be at the Florida Music Educators Association conference in January up in Tampa, and we will be having our Handbell Playground there where music educators and the students who are attending get to come in and visit with us and our partners, Schulmerich and Malmark, and actually physically put the bells in their hands and play. and they get to hear other musicians who are there performing. They get to see what can actually be done with handbells in the classroom. And then we actually can provide materials for teachers that have bells perhaps sitting in a closet that haven't been used in years. And they can say, how do I start a handbell program? We go, here you go. Here are the instructions. Here's what you need. And we hope that we can be a resource for all of the music teachers out there who have handbells that maybe aren't being used, or have hand chimes, or are interested. We have a loan program through our areas so that there are bells and chimes in the various regions of America not being used. And if you have a school or an organization who might be interested in using those, you can connect with those areas and get those loaner instruments into the hands of people. Sorry, I'm Italian. Can you tell? I talk with my hands. If you go to handbellmusicians.org and you click in the About Us section on the right and slide on down to area websites, you will see which area has which state, and you'll be able to connect with your loan programs. So I ask now, I'm going to toss to JR when I'm ready. I am so ready, JR. Who's our next winner?
Well, I don't know about that, but come on, Ohio. What's up? Let's get some donations in from there. Okay, so next up, we are going to give away another registration to our virtual winter workshop, which is in January. And that goes to, obviously not somebody from Ohio. Janice Yang. Congratulations, Janice. And we can't wait to see you in January. And let's give away another one of Malmark's dinner bells, engraved with Merry Christmas. Women Walk the Marathon, which I believe is an organization in Oregon. I don't know too much about them, but I believe that's who they are. So I believe we are now. Oh, and by the way, if Linda did not mention your state, which means your state has donated, that doesn't mean that you can't still keep donating from your state. Let's see which state can get us the most donations tonight. Okay, so let's toss it on back to Michelle.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I grew up in Ohio. What's up with Ohio? Come on. So here I am with Linda McKechnie and Diana Montgomery from the Brookwood Handbell Ensemble. Welcome to Ring-a-Thon. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. Can one of you tell me a little bit, what is Brookwood?
Brookwood is located about 35 miles west of Houston, Texas, and it is a residential community for disabled adults.
Okay. And why does it have a handbell choir? I understand that Linda started that group. So Linda, why don't you tell us what,
okay,
how did you get started?
We were talking about how old the guild is. And I've been a member for 50 years. So that means I've been around, I've attended a lot of events. And in that time, I have enjoyed especially the choirs that include functionally challenged situations. And I remember seeing the Perkins School for the Blind, and the way they learned was by somebody would play their part on the piano, and then they would memorize when they would come in. It was just amazing. And then the Melmark School, they use two different directors, and it's just like them playing the handbell choir as a keyboard. And then I saw the group from Abilene, Texas, and Letha McGrew started that group, and she wrote all the notes. What they did was they used, they hand wrote scrolls, and by the end of the piece was on the floor. It was a big mess. But anyway, I went to Abilene because I thought, I can do the same thing for Brookwood. And so I did, and I raised the funds for 4 octaves of handbells and 3 octaves of hand chimes, and started the group. But because Brookwood was about, I don't know, 45 minutes, a 45-minute drive, I wasn't willing to go out there 3 days a week. So I asked one of the women that worked out there if she'd be willing to direct it, but she knew nothing about music. Long story short, I showed her what a quarter note was and all that. And then I also paid for her to attend several of our handbell events, and she just sopped that up, and that's how we got started.
That's great. Was that you, Diana?
It was not. It was a woman named Joyce Henderson. I am the third director. I'm the third.
Okay. So
and Diana knows a lot. I mean, she's not only a ringer, but a total musician in every way. We're very.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I was confused there for a moment. So how many ringers are in this ensemble?
I currently have 17 adults.
Wow. Any
ranging
children?
in age from about 30 to 67, I think.
Okay. How often do you rehearse? Linda mentioned 3 times a week. Is that?
Yeah, we rehearse Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday afternoons for about an hour and 15 minutes each day.
Okay. And what kind of music do you play?
Well, we just finished Christmas, of course. I started with them about 5 months before COVID shut down, and Linda talked about the scrolls. So we have a very limited library. We now use a PowerPoint system that we display on a TV screen through my computer. So I've had to write music and select music. So I've gone to Jeffers and we have Brenda Austin's music, a lot of level 1 to easier level 2 music. I did an arrangement of the Beatles tune Yesterday that they really love. We've got Tammy Waldrop. They love Bound for Glory. They love that. It has it's a partner song with train songs, and this train is Bound for Glory and Swing Low Sweet Chariot, and they love that. So go ahead, Linda.
I was just going to say, also during COVID, it was a positive. I wrote about 15 pieces that were level 1 and level 2 with Brookwood in mind. And so some of those we're going to use in our seminar this summer in Irving, Texas.
I look forward to hearing those, because I'll be there as well. So let's talk more about this adaptive notation system. How does that actually work? I mean, not physically, with the scrolls or the PowerPoint, but how does it actually work? How do they learn the music from this notation?
Every bell is assigned a color, and it's by octave, and it started with the 2 octaves. So G4 through F#5 is black, no color, and G5 through F#6 is red, and G6 through C7 is blue, C4 through F#4 are green. So green, black, red, and blue from lowest to high. And in each, we have a box in our PowerPoint, and we show one measure at a time. And there's a little box for each count. And I stand behind the TV and I help them track. So I tap each box as they ring. And so they look for their colored letter. And since I do the writing of the music, the colors are on different lines. And so they learned how to do that. And I find it harder to read the adaptive notation than they do. They're very good at it.
That's good.
I have a little funny story. I happened to be directing them that particular day, and one of the red ringers and one of the blue ringers rang together at the same time, but it was a mistake. And what the other ringer said, "Well, we don't want to make purple, do we?" I thought that was great.
It sounds very labor intensive. I mean, for one thing, with the scrolls, I remember seeing that, Linda. I've seen one of their performances, and you're right, the paper just unrolls and it ends up on the floor. So it's less, the PowerPoint's less resource intensive, but it sounds like it's very labor intensive to go through every measure of the piece and create a slide and put all the notes in the right place.
Well, the good news, and I don't do it. I write the music, and Diana also has some help. She'll probably tell you that. But the positive about having the digital is that you can always change it. And it is labor intensive, but after a while you get the hang of it. But you know, if a certain line, or you know, the eighth notes don't work, you can change it and make them quarter notes. And so that's the beauty of that particular thing.
Very cool.
And
So
you're
how long-
correct, Michelle. It is very labor intensive. I do. We've split up duties. I have some volunteers from Houston Bronze Ensemble that help me with this, and so I take and assign the colored letters. So I take the traditional music and I write the colored letters, and somebody else then goes through and puts all the musical notation, the handbell techniques and dynamics. And we have used some lines to show duration of the notes, and somebody else superimposes those over the letters. And then we have a proofreader in a perfect world to try and make sure that the mistakes go away. But
as Linda said, it would be a lot easier to correct those mistakes using a PowerPoint than using the scroll of paper.
Very much.
Right. You don't have to use whiteout.
Right. So tell me more about this collaboration with Houston Bronze Ensemble.
Well, I've been with Brookwood for 3 years, and prior to that, the two directors they had before me were not handbell musicians, and so Joyce learned to direct, and Kevin Coleman was the second director, and he was in a high school marching band, I believe. So he understood music, but he wasn't a handbell person. And so Houston Bronze came along to help these directors learn how to direct the music and be handbell ringers. So they helped with, you know, the ringing motion and stuff, and they were out there and would come once a week and work with the ensemble and coach them and helped with this transition. I think Kevin developed the PowerPoint system, so they continued with me.
That's excellent. Great. So didn't you have an article in Overtones a couple of years ago about that?
Yes, one of the Houston Bronze volunteers, Lorna, wrote the article.
So those of you with all of the Overtones archives at home, go look it up. It's a really good article, actually, really informative. One thing that you know we've been talking about throughout the day is using handbells in education, and I think most of us we've been talking about youth, not kids and high school and university students, but here we are with disabled adults. And is it developmentally disabled, physically disabled? What?
Well, it's everything. There's one that has a physical problem, and in fact he rings his bell the opposite way that you would usually do it, but he rings it on time, and but yet he's very capable mentally. One of the things that Diana and I are excited about is this year, I believe we're part of the educational track, and we really feel like having the digital aspect, that this can be put into the schools, because they probably have the digital equipment and that type of thing. But we feel that it's not only for disabilities, but it could also be for young children that perhaps know their colors and their letters, but yet they're not ready yet to learn the keyboard. So this is just one way of introducing handbells and music and get them excited. Also, I happen to be living in a senior citizen community right now, and I'm thinking this would really be fun, we'll just see what happens with that. We just really feel like this can be branched out for a lot of different areas of abilities, and we're real excited about it.
That's great. So you said you're part of the education track at a national seminar this year. What kind of things are you teaching? Are you teaching how to make this notation? How to?
Well, first of all, I guess I'm allowed to say this, that Diana helped me out, but the Brookwood group has been invited to play at one of the luncheon concerts. You know, those are short ones. And now, mind you, bringing them and putting them on a bus and spending a night in a hotel is expensive and all that, but everybody wants it to happen. So let's see, where am I going with this? Help me out, Diana.
National seminar, what are you?
Oh, yeah. So we're really actually hoping to also use the choir in one of our classes to sort of demonstrate. But and after the concert, I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions that people will ask, and even ask the ringers.
Well, and if I may jump in, the mission statement of the community that they represent is to change the way the world sees adults with disabilities. And in viewing their concerts, I'm very hopeful that you'll see where, without talking with some of them, they are developmentally delayed. Others are physically impaired. I have two gentlemen in wheelchairs, but they're very, very capable ringers. And it's just really beautiful to see what they can bring to music and others' lives. We just, we did 5 concerts last weekend. So it's pretty exciting. And you asked if we're going to teach this. Yes, I would like to teach how we write the music. And I would love to see the handbell community of Handbell Musicians of America start writing this music so that there's more of it in circulation and available for people to play.
That'd be great. Now, speaking about the group playing, we actually have a video segment here of your group playing Go Tell It on the Mountain. And so Derek will start that up for us.
Good night.
Outstanding. That was great. Congratulations on your work. That's really great. Question, I saw some of the people had 1 bell and some of the people had 2, and some were standing and some were sitting. Is there any, I don't want to say rhyme or reason, but any considerations for where you put people in the group when they play?
Well, the first, the 2 in the wheelchairs, one has cerebral palsy. And the other one, unfortunately, I've seen him go down health-wise. So they're really only able to play a smaller bell. And then there are others. Actually, there's one in the group that used to play in a handbell choir and read music. So there are all kinds of abilities.
Great. Awesome. So we have another video which talks about the group. So why don't we go ahead and roll that one?
The Brookwood Handbell Ensemble welcomes you to the Christmas season.
The Brookwood Handbell Ensemble welcomes you to the festive holiday season.
The Brookwood Handbell Ensemble welcomes you to the festive Christmas season.
The Brookwood Handbell Ensemble would like to wish you to our Christmas season.
That was great. So I can't help but notice, actually, I can't help but notice, that's why I'm going to ask you this question. Have you had to make any physical changes to the bells or chimes or anything to make them playable? You just standard off the shelf handbell stuff?
Great. Yeah, those are Malmark bells and chimes.
Great. Okay, so we were talking a little bit back channel here about ringing the anthem at the Astros games. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, I don't know how they contacted the Astros, and of course, the Astros are always interested in bringing in different people to do the national anthem, but they were extremely kind, and so we didn't have an opportunity to practice out on the field, but we walked out on the field and played, and I was afraid that people were going to talk during the anthem and those kind of things. Oh my goodness, they were just, when we finished, it was unbelievable and they appreciated what they had done, and the guys were just so proud of themselves too.
That's great. So one thing I really appreciate about this is that it's done with dignity. You know, many times our culture is not that accepting of people with disabilities. We live in a very ableist society, physically as well as some other areas as well, like sidewalks and things like that, not always built for people who perhaps have some kind of disability or like that. So what inspired you, first Diana and then Linda, to even get involved in this?
Well, I was simply volunteering to take my church handbell ensemble out there to ring, and they asked me to, and I volunteered to help with rehearsals. I had met some of the citizens earlier, and they refer to them as citizens because they live there and have jobs there. And I just fell in love with them when I walked around campus for an interview, and they asked me to apply. And 3.5 years later, here I am, just surprised.
That's great.
I'm so proud of Diana for her taking over. She's doing a fabulous job. But like I said at the very beginning of this program, I saw what it did to other groups of people. And I said, I want this for the Brookwood community. And actually, my husband and I have raised millions of dollars for the community, and we personally know the founder and continue to be with them, and just to see their faces and they are proud of themselves, and that's what we want. They want to be accepted, and they're normal. And the other thing we haven't mentioned is that Diana actually had the Brookwood group play along with the Houston Bronze. The two of them were playing together. And that's another thing I'm hoping that we can encourage.
Great. So what did you play when you played them together, Diana?
There was I don't know who wrote it. It was commissioned, and it was just before I started with them. It's called Friendship. And they've done 2 joint concerts with Houston Bronze where they came on and rang several pieces, and Friendship has both groups ringing together, and we may play it this summer.
They also played my arrangement of Jubilate with the Houston Bronze, I believe. And they played it together. It was
and that's inspirational, because sometimes many of us are just like, well, what can I do to help these people? I don't have any training in this. I've never worked with a population of special needs individuals before. So what words of encouragement do you have for other people who might be interested in doing something like this?
Well, I would tell you that they have capacity to love and be your friend, and they are the warmest group of people I've ever been around. And they don't require a lot of special thing other than just speak to them like everybody else and love them back. And it's the highlight of my week.
Great. Any words from you, Linda?
I totally agree. And I always walk away being extremely grateful for what I have and for the opportunity of sharing what I have with them. And that's what it's all about. We need to make a difference in this world.
And I think that Handbells is a great vehicle to make that difference. We've seen, high-level groups, we've seen special needs groups, we've seen everything in between. How Handbells is almost like a universal tool to be able to use for anything. Like I said earlier today, it's an instant to learn, a lifetime to master, and it can be used in so many different ways for any kind of music and for any kind of people. And I think that's just really great. Congratulations to both of you for the work you've done with this.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
So I think we're going back to Linda and Ed right now. So thank you again for joining us today. Have a great night.
Thank you for having us.
Oh.
Hey there. Well, I had to step up my game because I knew you were coming back at the top of the hour, and your suit was way more impressive than my green sweater. So, so welcome back, Ed Rollins, our business manager, former interim executive director, longtime HMA person, former past president. What else, Ed? I don't know. Area. What's your area?
Nothing less. Area 8.
Yes, longtime area aider out there.
So
I have some good news to share. You want to hear it?
I do.
We just received a challenge, a matching challenge. I got a text.
Wow.
This person will match $500 that come in. If we get $500 in soon, they will match it for us, which means we will have $1,000. So I
Whoa, now
challenge
is
all
this
of you
a
watching. If you haven't
a
made your
time
donation yet, what's up?
is this a time limit challenge or just
I do not believe there has not been a time limit associated. I will let you know if I get a
okay?
follow-up text. But I have to say, Ohio, you have redeemed yourself with providing a donation. Thank you, Ohio. As has Tennessee came in too. We hope
All
the
right.
rest of you will join on. Ed, you have anything to share with us? You've been gone for a bit.
I've been gone for a bit and it's come back, and it looks like I think we are 2/3 of the way through the Ring-a-Thon, and we are 2/3 of the way through our goal. How about
See?
that? We've got 2 hours left to hit that goal. And I know that as I was looking at the list of names, one of my own ringers, she's not been an HMA member, but she donated to this. So I sent her the link, said, hey, you have fun watching this. And so she donated. And just a reminder, folks, um, any of you choirs that are looking and would love to have a song written for you, what a great way. Get your name on the Wheel of Fortune here, and you have a chance of winning Sandra Tucker or Hart Morris Commission. And that's a great prize. Um, they both have so many beautiful songs out there. But I'll tell you, one of the great ones that I've used in so many mass settings is Simple, Simple, Simple Thing from Sandra Tucker for The Beauty of the Earth. It's a great teaching tool I've used for kids and adults, and you should check that one out. And then, Hart has a bunch of things that he does with percussion, but we were talking about one today because Marie Clyde Larson, one of our co-workers, is a marimba player, and he's got Las Campañas de la Navidad, which has bells and marimba. So one of those two composers, you could win a commission. It would be amazing for you. So give a little, and you might get a lot.
All right, and I have an update. I got a follow-up text, and we have the challenge is within 1 hour. So that would
Okay.
be, let's say, by 9 p.m. because we've been chatting for a few here. So if we raise $500 by 9 p.m., we will make it $1,000 magically.
Yeah, we can do
And
it.
I don't know if
We
this
can do
person
it.
is anonymous, so I'll wait for the third text to see if they're anonymous or not. But for now, unless you have something else to share, Ed, we're going to send it to JR to let some people win some prizes.
Yeah.
Ed and I'll do a duet later. If you donate $250, Ed and I will sing a duet. We'll make it up as we go along. All right, JR, it goes to you.
There you go. Woo-hoo.
I want to hear that song, so somebody has to donate $250. Okay, so we've got a couple of more giveaways here. We have a CD and DVD from the Raleigh Ringers. And I'm sorry I don't know which DVD it is, but you can bet it'll be good if it's them. To Jennifer Cadwell. And to keep things rolling, let's do another Malmark dinner bell. As I said before, a genuine Malmark casting with a wood handle and engraved with Merry Christmas. Goes to Jennifer Van Golen. And thank you, Ohio, for finally coming through. But the rest of you states who haven't, make sure you donate. And if somebody from your state already has, you can keep on donating. It doesn't matter how much or how little you donate because we can use every single bit of it. And I think am I going back to Michelle? We'll go back to Michelle.
we're laughing because he asked if he goes back to me, and Derek says, you can go anywhere you want. So here I am with our president-elect, Greg Ashurst, and Jillian Erlenborn, who are here to talk about handbells in education and the Handbell Musicians of America Education Committee. So tell me, what is that committee and who's on it?
Absolutely. I'll take that one, Greg, if that's okay. So our education committee is made up of a bunch of awesome, wonderful humans who are HMA members. Our list is Jennifer Stack, Kim Whitehead, Rob Riker, Katie Gant, Nick Hansen, Kendra Simmons, and then Greg and I.
Nice, nice. So what does your committee do? What have you done? What are you planning on doing?
So our committee is designed to encourage the use of handbells in schools, public, private, universities, just getting handbells into the hands of students and getting the use of handbells distributed more widely throughout the United States. Linda spoke earlier about alternative ensembles, and if you've ever been to a state music convention or spoken to music educators, that is sort of the new direction of things going. There are so many great outstanding all-state groups. Traditionally, you've had choir, orchestra, band, but now we're moving into things like mariachi and guitar ensembles. And even in Indiana, we already have an Indiana State Handbell, all-state handbell ensemble. Louisiana will have one in 2025. And we are really pushing to get more and more states to have an all-state handbell ensemble. But more importantly, just getting handbells into schools for whatever use, whether it's within a band, a choir, orchestra, or its own entity. My school uses handbells in every aspect of what we do. I mean, we even use it in our STEM lab with regard to sound and things like that. So that's what our design is, to get that, encourage the use of handbells in schools and hand chimes.
Great. So what kind of things has the committee accomplished? What kind of initiatives have you completed?
Sure, I'll take that one, Greg. Our first big project was really to get together our big website that we have. It's currently linked on the HMA site as it stands now. But as that site gets an upgrade in 2023, which we've heard Linda talk about a couple times, that will also get an update then. So that is really just a resource holding ground for educators to check out, especially those that are looking to get started or maybe have, a set of bells in the closet but don't know what to do with them. So we have a guide for getting an ensemble started there. We've got resources like method books and things like that, repertoire suggestions, videos of how to do the different techniques that we all know and love, but maybe someone who's not as well-versed in the handbell world might not know about. So that was really one of our biggest starting points. As Linda also mentioned, we've been working on that handbell playground, which we've gotten to take to a couple of conventions already, with many more on the horizon. And then, there's a ton. We are working on getting those all-state things ready, those handbell all-state performances and opportunities ready. Missing like 40, but.
So what does it mean to be an all-state ensemble?
So if you think back to like an all-state choir or an all-state band, these are auditioned ensembles that students from around a state would audition for, and they would take, the best of the best, the ones that scored the highest, or in our case, the lowest, would make it, those top 30 students would get to be in the soprano section or the alto section. So we're hoping to make something similar to that for handbells.
Excellent, excellent. So yeah, we've been hearing about the handbell playground all day. So what actually is it when we talk about the handbell playground and you taking it places? What does that mean? What do you actually do?
So the Handbell Playground is an initiative where we get the manufacturers, Handbell Musicians of America, Malmark, Schulmerich, getting the publishers. We've had great success with Hope Publishing, From the Top Publishing, AGHR Publishing, and really bringing all of those entities, those business, handbell industry related businesses together in one place at a state music convention, at the National Association for Music Education, which recently went to Washington, D.C. And we spent a couple of days at the Gaylord at the National Association. And we really just create a booth where people just come and actively play handbells. We have some great activities where people can walk up and they're playing handbells in 30 seconds, 45 seconds. And then the next crowd comes in, and it's just a great way for people to put their hands on handbells and see what they can do. And everyone has left excited. We presented this handbell playground at TMEA at the Texas Music Educators Association conference last February. And we did NAFME, and we will be in Florida in January. And so we're really trying to encourage other areas, other people to take this model of a handbell playground and do it within their own states. And so it doesn't matter if they get a small 10 by 10 booth and do a bunch of 12 bell stuff or solo, it doesn't matter. Trying to get every state we can with a little handbell playground within it.
And this is actually a perfect tie-in to our video here. We have the commercial for the handbell playground. So let's go ahead and roll that.
Excellent.
Awesome. That was really great. So it looks like everybody was having a great time. Just wonderful. We were talking back channel here about the virtual winter workshop that's coming up and a webinar you're doing for around that time. So tell me about that.
Sure, I'll take that one, Greg. So both of those classes are going to be focused on how music educators can use handbells in the programs that they already have. So a lot of what we both do as, a choir teacher for me and a band teacher for Greg, and straight up handbells as well for him. But how we can integrate bells into the classrooms that you're already existing in. So that's going to be a main point of at least the class we are teaching for NAFME. This is a webinar that we are offering on, I believe it's January 25th, the same week as virtual winter workshop. So that will be on a Wednesday night. And if you're a NAFME member, please feel free to come out and watch that, or not come out, stay at home and get to watch it. But please share that with any of your educator friends who might, benefit from having handbells in their classroom. And then the virtual winter workshop, we will be teaching a similar course, again, on how to get those ensembles started, how best to use our instruments in your classrooms and things along those lines.
Great. So what is it about handbells and hand chimes that makes them such great tools for music education? In Greg's school and Jillian, you both said that you use them in your own school. So Greg, tell us a little bit about what you do in your school.
So I'm the band director. I'm the music teacher from 4th grade through 8th grade, and I start handbells as soon as I can. It's an integral part of everything we do. With my 4th graders, we use recorders as we start, and we sing and use recorders and bucket drumming. But handbells gets infused as soon as we start recorders, and I have a method book, a handbell karate, and they earn belts like they do in their recorders, they do on handbells, and they learn these rhythms that are far more complex than they could learn to read through just a wind instrument or from singing. And so handbells lends itself well as an incredible rhythm tool, teaching rhythm. It's also fixed pitch. And so there's so many things you don't have to worry about with regard to intonation and things like that. But the activity of the kinesthetic learning of the body movement is just simply fun for children. It's fun for everyone. I just recently did a handbell ensemble with the band parents of my own children's high school, and they played on the high school. And in 5 minutes, we were making music, and they were like, "Why don't we do this every week?" And so, I think I have all these band parents who actually probably were all band students as well, ready to form a handbell ensemble. But in my school, our handbells, it's part of my percussion ensemble. It's part of my band program. And so it may be that you play flute, but you also play handbells. And so some of the times I'll just say, you know what, we have a lot of rhythmic things to learn for this band piece. Everybody go back to the handbell tables and let's learn some of these rhythm skills without having to worry about intonation, things like that.
Fingering and everything.
And
yes.
yeah, it's an incredible tool by itself. We have 2 handbell classes at our school, and we have a couple of before school handbell ensembles that they just love being together and making music together as one instrument, even though they're all individual instruments.
And Jillian, what do you do at your school?
So I teach 6th, 7th, and 8th grade choir. And so I actually got these bells this is my 3rd year with them. I got them through a grant from an organization in my district called the Morris Educational Foundation. And when I wrote that grant, I really was asking, selfishly because handbells, obviously. But in the grant, what I said was, we're not allowed to sing inside because that was at, the height of the pandemic when we had just returned to schools. So we used them for the whole school year. Anytime that we were not allowed to be outside and singing, we were using bells. And it was great because the kids who were online, we started with either playing with their water bottles at home, as I know, I actually stole that from Brian Seaman. So I know other people did it. But I also used the Google Chrome Music Lab has a shared piano app. So some of the students would be going with their 2 pitches on their keyboard, playing along with the music as it showed up. But now that we're back to singing and back to real life, I use my bells between concert series. So my students are finishing up their December concert next Tuesday. 1 week. We'll be fine. But when we come back from winter break, we're going to be jumping into handbells. And I just love them because, as Greg said, that kinesthetic, really body inclusion into especially rhythm reading for my kids, it's makes such a big difference, especially in their sight reading skills. And, especially with my 6th graders who are used to reading lyrics and not necessarily the notes all the time, I'm really pushing them towards those music literacy skills. So the handbells are a huge, huge help with that.
They really are. One thing I've discovered, in my years of doing this as well, is that when you have people who don't read music, whether they're children or adults, one of the beautiful things about handbells, especially just using standard assignments, is that you don't need to read the whole score. Okay, you just have E and F, just play these things, and it makes it less scary. Because I think sometimes if people aren't familiar with reading music, you put the music in front of them, they're like, what do I do? Oh my gosh. But it can be so simple. Again, this is a recurring theme: an instant to learn, a lifetime to master. Tell me about National Seminar. Are you doing things at National Seminar next year in Texas?
Yes, we have some wonderful offerings that we're going to put together. We have an educators roundtable, and it's really for anyone. You do not have to be an educator. Even if you just want to say, hey, what do those people do in the classroom? Or what are some ideas that I can share with teachers I know? or just you want to come and give an opinion about getting handbells in schools. That's the focus of that roundtable. We're going to be offering some adjudication training. And one of the important things about school programs is that they need some sort of an assessment. Sometimes they could do it within their own school, like my program. But sometimes they need some sort of outside assessment. And so this adjudication training is going to teach competent musicians with some handbell experience, and even those without, that maybe have some percussion experience and things like that, about how to adjudicate for handbells, how to assess a handbell program through rubrics, through some discussion of techniques, through positive engagement with children, remembering that the students are the focus, and things like that. We have, with the roundtable, we want to encourage people to get the hand chime loan program information out there to people and really get that going for different states and areas that have that.
Mm-hmm.
Jillian, we have, of course, techniques classes. And what other education things am I leaving out for a national seminar? Or is that it?
Covered most of them, and most that I know of, at least. There's of course Brian Seaman's class of the
Yeah,
suggested
thank you. Yes,
repertoire
I knew
that he
those.
uses.
About what's his class?
Sorry, a suggested repertoire that either Brian has used or just things that are tried and true resources for music educators.
Mm-hmm.
We're-
Going back to that, go ahead. So go ahead.
I'll just say we're so fortunate to have people like Brian Seaman. He actually came to NAFME and rang with us and encouraged people to play. Nick Hansen and all the great music educators that we use as resources, I'm going to say daily. So we encourage other educators to share their experiences with us as well.
I just want to make a comment about the adjudication training. I think that's a really great initiative. I know that, I grew up playing flute when we would go to solo and ensemble contest or this or that. It was really great to get those scores back and learn how you could improve on this or that. And I've actually done some handbell adjudication and there was nothing. I mean, this was 15 years ago or so. Mm-hmm. And there's not a lot of information out there. And for someone who doesn't know anything about handbells, I think they're just impressed that the bear can dance at all.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, and that's sort of the goal, is to raise the bar for everyone.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Okay, what are the next steps for the education committee? Where do you go from here?
I can take that one. I think a lot of those same initiatives that we've started, it's going to be a lot of continuing of the same stuff, like we've talked about, those all-state groups, getting that website up and running, things like that. For me, one of the biggest things that I would love to see is more colleges with programs, especially when we were at NAFME recently. A lot of the people that came to see us were musicians and music educators at colleges who were getting ready, and we were using it as like a, hey, this you could use one day in your classroom, but you could also start one tomorrow. You could talk to your director and say, hey, what's going on? Is there a church nearby that has a set that they're not using? Can we talk to those chime loan programs and figure something out, right? And really just get started with our college students, because I know I played through college, and I was blessed enough to go to Westminster Choir College, and we heard from Kathy Shaw earlier, and it was one of the most impactful musical experiences of my life. And I think there are so many musicians out there, especially in colleges, that could benefit, and seeing them now in college will help them to see, how can I use this later on as a music educator?
I think that's really important. One of the things I've noticed, and I'm sure all of us know this, when you become a handbell director, it's usually two types of people: either someone who has musical training but has never seen handbells, or people who just have only had handbell training and don't know anything about the nuts and bolts of music. And I know it's a personal conviction of mine that any university that teaches music education or church music, if they don't include handbells, you're not getting a complete education. Because how many times does the choir director or the organist come to a church and like, hey, now you're the handbell director, and they're like, what? And same with schools and such as well. I know Emily Lee in Hong Kong had this great program called Teach the Teachers, where people would, new music teacher to school would have to suddenly start doing handbells, and they could come to her, to that academy, and learn about that. So I think those are all really great initiatives and really great resources to have for these people. One more thing about the Handbell Playground. You mentioned it has a website. How do you find it?
handbellplayground.com, but the education website Handbell Playground is just to get people to start using the Handbell Playground in their states. But if you go to HMA, if you go to the HMA, handbellmusicians.org website, and just look to the left, it says for educators, click on that, and you're instantly led to so many wonderful resources. And we invite every educator out there that uses handbells already, send us your resources. We're not going to take anything from you. We just want to help crowdsource this information to get other people using handbells in schools.
Right. And don't you have some kind of map up there or something about what schools have?
Yes, Nick Hansen, fortunately, is going to help me out keep that going. But we invite everyone to just help send emails to us, to HMA, if they know of a handbell program in a school, whether it's pre-K all the way up through university level. We want to sort of build this map so that people can always know where to find handbells in schools as a resource, or just, often people are looking for the right school, and one with handbells is clearly the right school.
And you mentioned the Chime Loan program, Area 12 here, which I'm a member of, which of course is California, Hawaii, Nevada, and U.S. Pacific Islands, such as Guam. People are always surprised to hear that Guam actually has handbells. I actually, a few of the directors, because it's on the Army base, I have actually rung in my bell choirs here in church, so it's kind of cool. But anyway, Area 12 has not only chimes but handbells, and I'm sure some of the other areas must have that as well. So sometimes people think, oh, it's just chimes. Oh, there's no just, but there are other resources there as well. The handbells as well as chimes. So I think what you guys are doing is a really great initiative. This whole program, and I can tell that you're really very passionate about it. So I really appreciate that.
It's been a blast.
Absolutely. Excellent. Best of luck for the future with that.
Thank you so much.
So we're going back to Linda and Ed now. So thanks, guys, for joining.
Thanks. Bye.
You.
We're back. Oh, see, he's got to step it up every time. I can't keep up with the stylish Ed Rollins. What am I looking at? What does that have on it?
It's my Mizzou hat.
Oh, I'm unfamiliar with your Midwesternness.
Well, University of Missouri. Woo! It's very festive.
It is very festive. I can say we're getting very close to meeting our $500 goal. We're not there yet, but we still have 31 minutes to reach another $200 to get to our $500, which will then become $1,000 magically.
Yes. Now we've slowed down. I think it's because everybody stopped to eat dinner. Well, it's time to put those forks down and get back to giving money. We've only had about 53 givers, 56 givers this year, compared to like 100 last year. So contact your friends and let's get these numbers rolling again. It's dessert time.
It's dessert time. I like that. I wanted to share a little bit about a program that we have for youth, since we were just talking about handbells in education and handbells in classrooms. Distinctly Teen is taking place this summer in Irving, Texas, as part of the seminar program that we're doing. It will be led this year by Nick Hansen, whose name you've heard a few times. Nick is a great educator, great composer, all around fantastic guy. He's going to be conducting and leading Distinctly Teen this year. This is a project that is for youth ringers, individual youth ringers. So it's not to bring your whole ensemble, though you certainly can sign individuals up. Grades 8 through 12 who wish to stretch their ringing skills and challenge their musicianship. It's only one musicianship. I was bringing a whole fleet instead of just one musicianship. The participants spend 2.5 days working on intermediate to advanced repertoire and developing skills in handbell technique and general musicianship under the leadership of the aforementioned Nick Hansen. The event schedule combines performing, but also with classes, music education classes, specifically for the youth folks who are participating. Let's see. I take it back. They will also get the opportunity. Sorry, I didn't realize my hat had a bell. and it does, I forgot. They'll also be able to participate in some of the classes we are offering for seminar. So not just classes for the teens, but also some other classes that we're offering. Anyway, long story short, distinctly teen, grades 8 through 12, individual ringers, registration opens February 1st. More information coming at handbellmusicians.org in the future. Anything else to share, Ed?
No, that says it all. But then, we've had an amazing diversity tonight of stuff, and I think that shows you what handbells can do. And everybody's who donates is helping all of these causes. And what a great organization, great people.
I agree. As I mentioned earlier tonight, I don't know if you were on at this point, that there's so many other ways other than just, the traditional, dozen people playing handbells in their church, which is a wonderful thing. Don't get me wrong. It's just amazing to know you can be a soloist and a handbell ringer. You can play bell trees, as we've all learned about with our two bell tree artists before. There are community ensembles. There are school groups. It's unbelievable. There's large groups, small groups, all different ways for handbells to be a part of your life. And we talked about all the benefits that come from that. So I believe it is time to let some folks win some prizes. So you want to toss it to JR, Ed?
You bet.
Okay, we have another download of soloist Michelle Sherrick's CD called Chimera. And we'll give that to Evelyn DeMoss. And another Malmark dinner bell. Which will go to Fran Sanders. So keep answering those questions. Keep on giving. I really want to hear Ed and Linda sing. So somebody's got to pony up $250 to make that happen. And like Linda said, we're getting close to that matching goal, which will push us over that $7,000 mark. So with that, let's shoot it back over to Michelle.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. Here we are with Susan Amos, David Harris, and Hart Morris. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks. Thank you.
So we are here to talk about, tell me if I'm saying this correctly, Oktoberfest.
Sure.
Okay. So sure. I know there was an article in the winter 2022 edition of Overtones, and the article was called Bells and Brew. So that was about your event. For those who may not have read the article, can you tell us about that, Susan? How did it begin?
Yeah, we started with, the New England Ringers went on a retreat at an old church camp. And this was when Brian Seaman was our leader. Mm-hmm. And we snuck into this old church and we thought, oh my gosh, we have to do an October concert and we're going to make it all Halloween themed. And so we worked on that, and then COVID hit, Brian moved to Virginia, and then we were left with this idea. And we also learned that David Harris had some relatives in Rhode Island. So we reached out to David Harris and said, hey, do you want to come to New England and play with us? We thought we'd do something October related. There's going to be beer involved. And he said, oh, yes, I do. As a matter of fact. And he came back with a bunch of ideas, and we came up with this idea that it would be, since it's in October, we could do it Oktoberfest. Mm-hmm. And the basic idea was we wanted to do something that wasn't in the church, right? And that was different repertoire, and where people could relax and enjoy themselves and become fans of handbells beyond just Christmas. That was our goal.
Okay. And Dave, what did you think when they came to you with this?
It took me about maybe 7 seconds to agree. to do this.
That long?
Maybe 8. Yeah. Right up my alley. Yep, I do have a little granddaughter and my son and daughter-in-law that live in Rhode Island, so it worked out wonderfully. And Susie's been great about, we've been collaborating together about what repertoire to play and trying to keep it light and trying to keep it really fun and just trying to keep it different from any other handbell event we've ever done. And I think we succeeded. I think it's gone over pretty well.
How does the brew go along with this? Tell me about that. Because it's bells and brew, so obviously there's beer. Tell me about the beer.
Yeah. Enough about the bells. The first time we did it was in 2001. And so my partner, Amy Briggs and I went to all the breweries that Dave recommended because he knows all the breweries in Rhode Island, apparently.
Of course you do.
So we went to all of them and we had so much fun. Well, unfortunately, a lot of our visits were virtual, but when we went live, we saw that one had a wedding venue and it was called The Barn at the Guild in Pawtucket. And it was perfect for this event. It had these timbered rafters and it came equipped with fairy lights and everything, and it was lovely. And they had a bar right there. So we set it up so that we paid for the rent in beer sales. So we were able to offset some of the costs that way.
That's great. That's great. So
for the concert.
My notes here say that your event went from 38 ringers in 2021 to 90 ringers in 2022. How did you expand the event so quickly?
I think it was word of mouth. I think what happened the first year is we were going to do something to offset Boston Handbell Festival, which happens in May. So the Boston Handbell Festival has these same choirs that come every year. And we thought, well, we'll just do the same thing, but with Oktoberfest, we'll have the choirs come. The problem is it's so close to Christmas. So the leaders came back going, we're gonna have to prepare for this, we're gonna have to prepare for that. I'm not sure. But the ringers said, well, we wanna go anyway. So we have, a lot of individuals that came on their own. So we started getting individual ringers to really join up. And that's sort of a theme for us in Area 1. In Area 1, we have a group called Randomly Bronze. And it's a bunch of people that we are all part of, other community choirs or church choirs, but we all love to ring so much that we all get together. We've performed at Area 1 Festival Conference. We performed at a Spring Ring. We performed at Oktoberfest, and it's literally random people all coming together for 1 or 2 rehearsals and then playing something really fun. So I think that's how the attendance went up so much.
Mm-hmm. And when's your next event?
October 22nd. So right after Boston Handbell Festival, that week, that third week of May, we're going to open up registration. And when we reach our maximum, the festival is 3 days. So it starts on a Friday night. We rehearse Friday night. Then Saturday, we rehearse all day. We cut pretty early so that we can all go to a big party on Saturday night.
The beer. Yeah.
Yes, that's where beer comes in. Then we wake up in the morning. Some of us go for a polar plunge in the ocean because we're right on the ocean in Rhode Island. And then we wake up, we go back to the place, we ring, and we have another beer, and we call it a year for another one. So it starts October 20th. It goes to October 22nd in Westerly, Rhode Island. We're doing it at the Historic Armory in Westerly, Rhode Island.
So not at the barn anymore. Now you're at the Armory.
We outgrew the barn. We had to grow. As soon as the registration opened, we were like triple our numbers. So so we found the Armory. It is a really unique place. It's got its own kitchen. It's got tables. So and I think you'll see when you play one of the videos that the audience is engaged in a way that's different than most sort of concert situations.
Okay, so this next event, this is, I think, where we bring Hart into the conversation. Hello, Hart.
Hello.
So can you guys tell me about this world premiere of Barrel Polka? What's up with that?
Well, when we did the first one, I thought we had a really nice mix of some light things. We did a Beatles tune. We did Sweet Caroline, a lot of audience things and so forth.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they were all into it. You know, we're in Boston Red Sox country up there. So, but we also did Cynthia's little medley of German folk tunes, Deutsche Volkslieder, something that's been out there for quite a while. And, you know, when Susie and I were talking about how to follow it up, we're like, gosh, you know, how are we going to do another German folk song? What should we do? And we have this good friend that's done a lot of great work for the Raleigh Ringers, is on the screen right now. And that was the first thought. Why don't we turn to Hart? And why don't we get him to do, you know, the classic Oktoberfest song? And that is Barrel Polka. And it turned out that he had a little background with that piece. I think he can share that with us.
Please do, Hart.
I learned to play the accordion first. My parents were determined that my sister and I would learn to play something because they didn't have the opportunity. And I chose the accordion because the kid across the street played it. And I thought, oh, that's cool. What is that? That's an accordion. Okay, I like that. So we found a teacher, and she retired several years later. And when I was in junior high, I found another teacher, and that's one of the first things that he learned. He was a Nazarene preacher who played piano for a gospel quartet.
Okay.
Very good pianist. He was very musical, wonderful guy. And I started teaching in his studio, beginning guitar kids and drum and accordion. And he taught me to play Barrel Polka, and I played it. It was a fun piece, and I played it. So, are you going to Dave? Were you headed with the
Venice?
Yeah.
The what?
Venice.
Yeah. So, I was in Houston, Westbury Baptist Church for 11 years. In the early 80s and early 90s, and late 70s and 80s, I'm sorry. And we took our choir, chancel choir, to Germany, Italy, and Austria, mid 80s. And Vienna was one of the stops that we went to. And we had, of course, had to take a gondola ride. And there were 3 or 4 or 5 gondolas. I don't remember how many. There were about 45 of us. And there was an accordion in one of them, and the guy was playing the predictable Italian accordion tunes and floating down the canal, and it was wonderful. And one of the people in our group, I never knew who it was. I didn't know who to blame. Said, "Hey, our director plays accordion." He said, whatever he said, and handed it to me. They passed it. I still can't believe they passed it from one gondola to the other one, and we didn't drop it in the canal.
Good.
I didn't know any Italian tunes, so all I knew to play was the first thing that came to my mind was Barrel Polka. My Baptist choir, and in a Venetian canal in a gondola, and it worked. They seemed to enjoy it quite much.
So when they came to you with this idea for Barrel Polka, you just said yes.
Well, it said immediate. Of course, I loved playing it. I have a fun time with it, and I thought, well, yeah, we could have a lot of fun with that. So it seemed like a natural to me for me to do it. I just had a great time with it. It was wonderful.
Sometimes these all the planets align, and it's just serendipity that you get all this stuff.
That's exactly right. Everything was perfectly meshed.
So I have an off-topic question here that I was just handed here in the back channel, which is that a pillow with a head on it behind you, Hart?
Thank you, Susan. I know. Susie already asked me that. I forget that's there. The pastor that I spent 20 years with in Tulsa, that's his picture on that pillow. He gave
a pastor pillow.
It's a joke. If you rub your hand up on it, he disappears.
Oh.
and if you bring it down, there he is. And it's a little joke, and I can't bear to get rid of it. He's retired as well as I, so I mean we're still great friends. But there's Tom. I leave it there in place of endearment under my favorite horse picture. So
Okay.
Tom Harrison is his name, if you'd care to check him out. Tom Harrison, the Reverend Tom Harrison.
There we go. With his famous visage on the pillow, the pastor
That's
pillow.
exactly correct.
Okay, so would you, that's what one of the wonderful things about Zoom is that, you know, you've seen all of these, everybody's like back, you know, their bedrooms, their office, their kitchen. You know, for me, if I didn't have the curtain here, that would be my bathroom. So that's why there's a curtain there.
Perfect.
You know, there are people who do like whole YouTube or TikTok and YouTube series on judging people's Zoom backgrounds. And
oh my soul, that sounds a little
consultants you can hire to have the best Zoom background ever. Anyway, it's a whole thing.
Well,
but
you should have done a better job of scouting it out.
Oh, it's great. It's great.
Well, there's nothing lewd back there anyway.
Thankfully, right? So we do have a video of the Beer Barrel Polka from the 2022 Oktoberfest. So why don't we go ahead and run that? That looked like a barrel of fun.
It really was. Even every time I watch it, I love it. I love listening to the people singing along. I love the ending. I love the middle.
So you were saying in the back channel that nobody prompted them to start singing. They just started singing on their own.
Oktoberfest audiences don't need an invitation to start singing. They don't. They don't. I know some of you guys are probably listening right now, the Oktoberfest audience. They don't need an invitation, although Dave does invite them at the beginning of every. Because remember the finale of last year was so good, so good, so good.
Sweet Caroline, yes.
Sweet
Bum,
Caroline.
bum, bum. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody's contractually obligated to go bum, bum, bum anytime anybody
Oh.
says Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, especially in Boston.
So why especially in Boston? I'm
They
here on the West Coast.
do that. That's like the Red Sox like theme song.
Oh, is that why you mentioned the Red Sox earlier,
Yeah,
Dave?
it's at a lot of
so?
sporting events. It's at a lot of sporting events, but the Red Sox fans think they started it, so they probably did.
So we actually have another video of the Rainbow Connection. Susan, you want to tell me a little bit about that?
Oh yeah, this is that randomly bronze group I was talking about, where you just kind of get a bunch of people together to play a relatively easy piece. And the whole point of it is that you're starting small, just a few people, more people join in. Originally, we were going to have a guest conductor named Emma conduct this one, Emma Harris, Dave's grandbaby. And but she was sick, she couldn't come, but it didn't matter. We didn't need a conductor, we were just fine. But this video gives you a sense of what it's like to be in the audience of an Oktoberfest concert.
Whose arrangement is it, Susan?
You're gonna ask me that, and it's
sorry, I should have warned you now.
Brian Turvo.
Brian Turvo. Okay.
I think so.
Derek, can we roll that video? and the singing and the bubbles and everything. Now, Susan, did you guys like pass out lyrics to the audience?
No. Oktoberfest audiences don't need lyric sheets. They know all the lyrics.
I was going to say, how many people know all the words to Rainbow Connection?
One of our ringers just started singing it, and everybody sort of just joined in with that one. But they were also singing along to Dancing Queen and America the Beautiful, and you heard them singing to Barrel Polka. They've had a couple beers, they know all the songs, and
Why not sing?
Some of them have only been to 2 handbell concerts in their lives, both of them Oktoberfest concerts.
So they don't know they're not supposed to, right?
That's great.
So Hart, did you have a lot of fun writing Beer Barrel Polka for this event? Did you include anything special in it? Anything weird or wonderful?
Nothing weird. I had a great time doing it. It was very enjoyable. It didn't, it just kind of flowed. Sometimes it's kind of tedious, but that wasn't at all. It just, and you try to keep it something that they don't have to spend, forever getting ready for it.
Right.
But my hope was that it would be fun to play and to listen to if you're not playing. That was
sounds like it.
The goal.
Great. Okay. So what kind of things can people expect from the 2023 Oktoberfest? Susan or Dave?
We haven't decided on what we're doing. We don't know. We're in the midst of Christmas.
Everybody keeps saying that. I don't know what I'm doing. Tomorrow it's Christmas.
But you know what happens when you work with these guys is that, and the same with the New England Ringers and how everything, with this kind of project, things just kind of fall into place. We've just noticed that there's a lot of hard work. Amy and I work really hard. Don't get me wrong.
They do.
We work really hard, but it's fun work. And then you don't think it's going to come together, but then everything sort of falls into place. We asked Hart for this commission, and within 7 days, he's like, well, I've looked at it a million times. I think I'm almost done,
7 days, Hart.
And then it was published so quickly with From the Top Publishing. And things just sort of fall into place. So the most important thing for us, I think, speaking from the New England Ringers perspective, is that the Area 1 people bring this energy to the space, and they bring this energy to the project. I remember when we first started rehearsing, that first Friday night, remember Dave, when we started rehearsing, and I looked to my sister who flew in from Indiana, and there was another person that flew in from Indiana. I mean, so with people, Peter drove from Pennsylvania, so we are going from outside Area 1. But I looked to my sister and I was like, everybody practiced. The music sounds great. This is amazing. This is going to work. And then everybody, just the energy in the room was so filled with generosity and light, and things just fall into place.
I will have to say, Area 1 people are pretty special. I was part of an event last January, and the event was snowed out, but a bunch of these random people said, you know what? Dave's up here. We're going to get together anyhow and just finish right before the snowstorm and run home. And guess what they did? They did exactly that. They're pretty amazing people up in Area 1. Yep.
And Jen even made T-shirts, and she made T-shirts in like a 24-hour period. She was able to make T-shirts that said the new name of the workshop, the winter work, Abby's workshop or something.
Yeah.
We're so grateful to have you come up every year, Dave. We really are.
It's my pleasure.
Art calls you the designated director. We'll call you that.
DD. I haven't been given that term too often, so that's great.
All of you, thank you so much for coming on to Ring-a-Thon today. Really appreciate it, and loved hearing your videos. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to Linda and Ed now, so thanks a lot. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
Hey there. I don't know about you, but I think we need to do a field trip to Oktoberfest in October. I think that would be awesome.
That was great.
So I want everyone to know who's watching that we did meet the goal of getting the match. So congratulations. Thank you to everyone who donated, and we're getting the match. So thank you for that. And Kathy Shaw donated $250. So Ed and I need to come up with a duet for you. So send us your requests, and then we'll get something together. I don't know if we're going to do it tonight for you. Maybe we'll do a little special recording and send it to you. But yeah, Ed, do you want to talk to the folks about donating?
Yeah, well, if you add that $500, we're over $8,000. And one thing they said about in the last segment about Area 1 people, how generous they are. I'm just looking at how generous all these folk have been to get us to this $8,000 level. And we are so appreciative. It's really difficult days for nonprofits, and all of your help is so much appreciated. We appreciate it. And I know there's a bunch of you out there who are waiting for that last hour. No need to wait. Just start now. Get your family and friends involved, and contact somebody you know in HMA and get them to donate. We appreciate it.
Right. We are in the last hour, actually. And I did hear from a few folks that if you're watching on a cell phone, there was some issues. Like how old I am, I had to say cell phone. I should just say phone. Like if you're watching on a phone, you may not have been able to see the link at the bottom. So the link is now in the scroll as well on the top. It's a bit.ly link, bit.ly/Ring-a-Thon 22. So we apologize for that little snafu that we had there, where you couldn't see it if you were watching on a mobile device. But now the link is everywhere. So if you have not donated yet, please do. And we're going to toss it over to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ed.
One reminder: it was great to see Hart there. But just remember, any donations, you have a chance to win a composition by Hart Morris or Sandra Tucker.
Great prizes, absolutely. And I do, for the record, I was the one who asked about the pillow and made Michelle laugh during the interview. So I apologize to Michelle for that. So we're going to toss it over to JR now for some prizes.
Okay, and like Ed said, don't wait for this last hour. If you're waiting till the last segment so that your name will go up on the prize wheel in time for the commissions and the registration for a national seminar, don't worry. If you win a prize between now and then, your name will go back up on the wheel. So get donating. I don't know about you, but I would love to play that arrangement of Beer Barrel Polka. And it just so happens that our next prize comes from Susie Amos and the folks at Oktoberfest. And they are giving away enough copies of Beer Barrel Polka for your ensemble to ring it. And let's see what lucky winner we have now. Now to go to Leanna Wilmore. And another Malmark dinner bell. To Deborah LeBrun. Okay, so now I'm going to throw you back over to, not Michelle this time, Jillian Erlenborn and Brian Seaman, who has some games to play with you.
Woo!
Hello, Ring-a-Thon. We are back with another handbell game show. Let's go. All right, so first of all, we need you to do us a favor, and we need you to call all of your biggest handbell nerd fans or friends, okay? Anybody that you know that knows a lot about handbells, we need them in the chat immediately, because we're going to be playing some Handbell Jeopardy, and we're going to be taking our answers live in the chat on YouTube. So call those friends and get them in here.
Yeah, some of these questions are a little tricky. We tried to push this a little bit. So try to get as many of your handbell nerdy friends as you can to kind of help us out.
I see we just got Stevie Berryman live in the chat. So We've got one extra handbell nerd. Get some more calls out there. Get some people you need that know a lot about bells, because you're gonna need it. All right. One of the big things that Brian and I like to do is every year as we do these games, we like to make a challenge for ourselves, and we invite you to do the same. We are closing in on that 8,000 mark. So we've got a little over $2,000 to go and a little under an hour to do it. So that's a big ask. So Brian and I are both going to be pledging that depending on how many answers you all get correct tonight, we will be donating that much money to HMA. So we encourage you to either do the same if you think you're going to be really good at the game, or if you think you're going to be really bad at the game, we encourage you to give yourself a penalty for every question you get wrong, right? It's all about the giving, people. All right, Brian, are we ready to get started?
I think we're ready to get started.
I see some great names going on in the chat down here, so I think this is going to be awesome. Hope you guys are all ready. All right, here we go. Hopefully you can all see this. Let's see. Come on, widescreen. Yes. All right, so we've got some Handbell Jeopardy. All right, here's our screen. We've got 4 categories for you today: handbell history, manufacturers, repertoire/composers, and conductors. And you'll notice Brian and I are both educators. So our usual 100, 200, 300, 400 has been changed to 1, 2, 5, and 10 for each category. However, our final Jeopardy is worth $28, which brings us to, if you all get every single question correct, a $100 possible donation from each of us. All right, so again, we welcome you to join us in that challenge. Are we ready, Brian?
I think we're ready. Let's do it. We're going to go down through this board just down in category order. So we're going to do handbell history first, starting with the $1 question all the way down to the 10, and then jump over to manufacturers. Go ahead and type your answers in the chat as we go, and let's begin.
All right, here we go.
All right, handbell history for $1. David Davidson, then president of AGHR, worked with Sunju Shin of Handbell Ringers of Japan to create this event, first meeting in Arcata, California in 1984.
All right, I know we're going to have a little bit of a delay here. Sorry, I'm still thinking about that duet I'm waiting for later tonight.
Jillian and I are not going to do a duet, don't worry.
I don't know, that could be fun. I don't even think you need a partner. You would just record yourself singing or playing twice. So
yeah.
All right, it looks like we've already got a correct answer in the chat. I think Ed might be, he's feeling excited tonight. Maybe we'll see why later. All right, we've got quite a few correct answers.
Coming in, yes, the International Handbell Symposium.
Woohoo! All right, we're gonna keep on moving so that we can finish all these questions in time. All right, our $2 question. Possibly inspired, I feel bad, this is Brian's puns. He gets credit for all of these puns in here. He gets credit for most of these questions because he is the greater of the handbell nerds between us two. He knows way too much. Possibly inspired by A Million Dreams, this greatest showman helped handbells come alive in the United States, being one of the first to bring handbells to the other side of the Atlantic.
I hope there are some hints in the question there.
I also love there are a lot of people putting in in the chat of, do I get credit for the form of a question? You should be putting the form of a question, but we'll take it regardless. I'm seeing some correct answers. Yes, it is P.T. Barnum. Fabulous. All right, next up, our $5. I'm hoping this is working. I'm not seeing it working. Oh, there we go. Ooh, here we go.
All right. With the purpose of exchanging handbell music, ideas, and techniques, Margaret Shercliffe helped form this organization in 1937. Pay close attention to the date, because that will influence the name that you're probably going for at that point.
Looks like Greg has already donated, knowing that he's going to get a bunch of answers wrong. So he took my challenge. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. Oh, we've got a couple of answers in here.
There we go. Carlene
There's
Rosenberg. Yes.
answer.
New England Guild of English Handbell Ringers is the correct answer. It originally started as the New England Guild before it became the American Guild in 1954.
And we're getting up to those higher level questions, people, so be careful. All right, here's our $10 one for handbell history. If we could get it to open, it is moving slow. That's my Wi-Fi acting up. Right. We'll see if he gets that. Come on. I can just read it if it's not going to work. There we go. All right. In 1954, the very first National Handbell Festival took place in this town, drawing over 800 people for the final concert. And you got a little sneak peek of this question if you've been paying attention to the HMA Advent calendar so far. So let's see who's been on there. By the way, I see someone's comment about not being quite live. If you check on the, right under your YouTube video, there's a button that should say live. If it's not red, you're behind. So click on that button and it should shoot you over to being caught up to date with us.
Yes, and if you need to reload the page, that will help as well. There we go. Yes, Ipswich. Jennifer Vangelen with the first correct answer in there. Woo! Ipswich, Massachusetts. It was at the Crane Mansion in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
Fabulous. All right, Brian, you ready?
All right, here we go. Manufacturers now, new category for $1. Tin and copper are combined in this ratio to form the bronze used to cast American-made English handbells.
I think this one will be a quick one.
I hope so.
Do, 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 do. Oh yeah, even my live chat is moving, or my live feed is behind, but I guess that's going to be happening no matter what. It says I'm live. All right, let's see, friends. What do we got? Tin and copper combined in this ratio. There we go.
All right.
We've got it, 2080.
Yes,
I'll accept
80%.
marks because it's looks very specific, so I feel like he's got to have known that somehow. It is 80% copper, 20% tin. We'll also take 2080. We would prefer, yes, we've got one. What is 2080? So we'll take that. All right, ready for number 2?
I was waiting for somebody to say
$1.
4 to 1.
That too. All right, Brian, take it away.
All right. Originally the vice president of engineering at Schulmerich, this person spearheaded the handbell development at Schulmerich before starting his own handbell company in 1972.
Oh, did you see Jen Stack's
Thank you,
comment
thank
there,
you,
Brian?
Jen. I would say I've been practicing, but
All right, who's it going to be, y'all?
originally worked at Schulmerich before leaving to start his own handbell company in 1972.
Oh, we were very close there.
Oh, no, there we go. Yes, correct. Jacob Malta is the correct answer.
All right, you guys are on a roll. Looks like you called all the handbell nerds you needed. All right, here we go for the $5 question for manufacturers. This Cincinnati carillon and cast bell company once briefly sold rebadged Malmark handbells under your own name and also bought Schulmerich's carillon division in 2014. This one was new to me.
Yeah. They never made their own handbells, but they've got a connection to both handbell manufacturers.
This is why we call Brian in for the handbell nerd trivia. Let's see if anybody's got it. I certainly would not have. Is this going to be our first miss, Brian?
Oh no, Greg's got it. Yes, Verdun, IT Verdun. I think somebody posted on Facebook not too long ago a picture of bells, of Malmark bells with the IT Verdun hand discs.
That's what I get for making fun of Greg on the live stream here. All right, that was our $5 question. So here's number 10. Brian, why don't you take that one away?
All right, this foundry in eastern Pennsylvania makes the raw bronze castings for both Schulmerich and Malmark. I'm looking for the name of the foundry. I always found it interesting that it is actually the same foundry that cast the raw castings.
I learned that
both
this
companies.
year when I was going on a tour. I was at Schulmerich and I was hearing that they use the same one. I was like, that is very interesting. But I guess it's a very niche kind of thing to make. Yeah. So Jennifer. All right, what do we got, people? What is the name of the foundry? This is when you need Kathy Shaw, Bethan Neely.
Yeah.
All the employees. Rob Lamb. Where are they? We should have called. All right, I don't know if we're going to get this one,
I
Brian.
was gonna say, I'm not seeing any answers in here.
All right, I'm going to count that a skip for now, unless someone gets to us before we read the next question. Dang, that's $10. Oh, well, I guess they would have found out because we just gave them the answer.
Yeah, Jennifer Stack, you didn't have enough time to Google. Sorry about that.
Ed,
But
good
yeah,
guess.
the answer is the Bridesburg Foundry.
All right, and now we are going back to our $1 question. So hopefully back to the comfort zone. This is definitely a name many of you will recognize. So the question is, based on the number of entries on Handbell World, this composer has more composing and arranging credits than any other handbell composer. Who would it be?
A quick shout out to Mitchell Ethan for compiling all of this data that I know he's popped up on Facebook a few times. That's where we took a few of these from.
Also, John is one of my ringers. So John, there will be a quiz at rehearsal on Monday. So start studying your quantum mechanics. There we go. Jen Stack got it. It is Kevin McChesney. Very good. All right,
Kenny
take it away.
Chesney.
What's that?
So Jennifer Stack said Kenny Chesney in the chat.
Oh, love it.
Repping composers for $2. This is the French title of the popular tune, which is commonly performed at Christmas time as Sing We Now of Christmas, and at Easter time as Now the Green Blade Riseth. We are looking for the actual French tune name.
Ooh, a good guess, Ed, but not correct.
And you can't just give out the first French tune
He's
name,
like, it's French, it counts. Kathy Mokelbust was a good guess for that last one, but yeah, it was Kevin McChesney. Hey, we got it.
There we go. Yes, Noel Novelette.
All right, next up, that was our $2, right? Yes. All right, next up, number 5, or for the $5, of all of the pieces available on Handbell World, this title is the most common. This title is the most common. And this actually, I believe, Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, was this not in our Ring-a-Thon game last year?
It might have been. I think it was.
I believe it was. So returners like Ed Rollins should know this.
Yeah, Ed's comments are coming up in the chat awfully quick. I'm not sure how he's.
I bet he's in the green room, so he's probably getting it before it hits the live stream. He may be cheating. Doesn't count as cheating, though, I don't think, because he still hasn't seen the answers.
I see a couple answers coming in. I will give an answer or give a hint that it is a Christmas tune.
It is, which is why it came up in our Christmas Carol game last year. Ooh, what child is this? A good guess.
Not
oh,
Carol
another
of the
good
Bells,
guess, Carol.
yeah.
Where's Mitchell? He would know. Probably another one that came up in his checks. All right, I think we should call this one, Brian.
I think
and not
so.
because I want to save myself the $5, but I want to make sure we get through all the questions by 9:30. Any last ones? Think more hymn-like.
All right, I think we go with the answer now.
So, all right, the answer is Angels We Have Heard on High.
Oh, Stephanie! Right as we did that, Stephanie Shilley's comment popped up, so I think she got that in before we revealed the answer.
All right, we'll count it. We'll count it. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. All right, so we don't even have to count that as a miss. Fabulous.
Great.
All right, how about that $10 one, Brian?
This little babe, so few months old, is the youngest to have a composer credit on a published piece of handbell music at just 18 months old. Sorry again for the other pun. You can blame me for all of those.
Uh-oh. I wonder if Bruna's comment is back from thinking that we missed the question. Or maybe she's really disappointed in an 18-month-old being a composer, but I'm not. I think that's awesome.
I think it's awesome. Yes, this composer actually has composer credit on a published piece of Handbell music when they were 18 months old.
And is probably a last name that you recognize, but maybe not the first name. Emma Harris is a great idea, but not Emma Harris.
We're starting to get some.
We're getting closer.
We're getting close. We're looking for the actual name.
It starts with a D. Come on, friends, we got this. Yay!
There we go.
We got it.
Yes.
Daniel Krug. Very well.
Daniel Krug. So ostinato in A minor. It was based on a theme that Daniel played on his own set of toy bells when he was about 18 months old, and Jason turned it into a full piece.
All right, so that means other than we missed the manufacturers for $10, right? That's what's on my notes.
Correct.
So other than that,
only knows because he gets to send the royalties.
I love that, Ed. All right, so let's keep it moving. For conductors, you just saw him. Dave Harris is the conductor of this well-known community group. I think this answer is going to come in quite rapidly. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, people. I'm about to blame my phone. There's no way it's taking that long. Come on, people. Dave Harris, who's he conducting?
Bronze.
Randomly bronze is the answer. Yes, there we are.
No, there we go. Yes, we have Who Are the Raleigh Ringers?
The
Great.
Raleigh Ringers. Nice job. All right, Brian, take it away.
Star of Bell Watch, this international conductor was on the podium for the 2022 International Handbell Symposium. So those of you who are at the event will remember the very specific shout out. And remember the Bell Watch.
The Raleigh Dingers. Perfect, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, we also saw this conductor earlier today. There we go. Jen Stack has it.
There we
Oh,
go.
man,
Yeah.
apparently my phone is
Damien.
really slow. I'm going to try and leave and come back. See if that'll help us out. But yes, we got it. It is, in fact, Damien. All right, Brian, will you take this next one so I can get my phone working?
Absolutely.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Right. This handbell conductor worked with the famous organist and composer Maurice Strufle. This was a fact that I did not know.
I only learned it because of Google. But when I saw it, I was like, that has to go on there.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense once you know who it is, for those of you that know a bit about him, I should say. Thinking specifically about where Duraflay would have been and where this conductor might have been at the time.
Yes, there we go. Absolutely.
Hey!
Fred Grayman.
Woohoo! All right, which leaves us with our last question on the board, our $10 question. Also, can we just talk about how great this timing worked out, Brian? Nice job.
Worked great.
All right, this 2014 Honorary Life inductee has directed many national and international festivals, served as chair of Area 3, president of Handbell Musicians of America, and as executive director of the International Handbell Committee. That is a lot of
This
titles.
person has done so much in the world of handbells.
So who can this impressive human be? Stevie needs you to say Duraflay again, Brian.
Durufel. That's all you're getting.
Hey,
Yes,
we got
Debbie
it.
Rice is the correct
Woohoo!
answer.
All right.
William
So
Payne
that
is
brings
close.
us.
I'm sure he's done most of those things, but he would be in Area 2, not Area 3.
True. All right, so that gives us the opportunity, as long as Final Jeopardy is gotten. We have up to $90 on the table here, Brian.
Great.
So with that, are we ready for our final Jeopardy question?
You're ready. Let us do this. This
Our-
is Ring-a-Thon history. So how well have you been paying attention over the past couple of years of Ring-a-Thon?
Very important question. And this question is worth a whopping $28. So I hope you're ready. All right, here we are. This Jeopardy style game that we are currently playing was specifically chosen to thwart the Ring-a-Thon game show winning streak of this HMA staff member. Who is the staff member that we are trying to ruin his streak? Because he cannot win this. He knows
that is
who
not
he
an
is.
answer.
Not Michael and Michelle. No. I think we've got a bit of a hint by who thinks that our decisions have been evil. Yes,
There we
it
go.
is
Yeah,
in
Betsy.
fact Ed Rollins. Ed was rubbing it in my face all year that he had been winning our game shows here. And we have done it. We have made sure that he could not possibly win because there are no winners. There are only givers.
Well,
so
the guild is the winner.
amen. Amen, Brian. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for playing with us. Again, if you made some sort of promise to yourself to give, we are where? At 8,100. And now we're going to add a few more donations from Brian and I. Please join us and give back as well. All right, Brian, I think we're ready to sign off.
Thank you so much, Els. So we're going to pass it back over to Ed.
All right. Sorry, Ed.
Sorry, Ed.
You guys are terrific.
It's a tough room for you, Ed.
I tell you.
So I've got some good news. Want to hear it?
I do.
I received a text from an anonymous donor who has said now that we have reached $8,000, this person, he or she, will match up to $1,000 in donations between now and the end of this event. So that means we would meet the $10,000 goal. But
Wow.
we have to get up to 9,000 for that person to give the other 1,000. So challenge has been sent out to our watchers and listeners.
So there's
So,
900
if
to
you
go. 900 to
Correct.
go, and we've got a half an hour. Come on, people.
Correct. I think we can do it. I have faith
Yeah, we
in
know,
those who
we
are
know
watching.
that Brian and Jillian are on their way to give, and I hope that'll spur on some of you others, because what a great thing. If we hit that goal again, that's just terrific.
Exactly. So let's see. I am looking at my notes to see if we are supposed to be tossing to anyone yet, and I don't have any information yet. It could be JR, but let's wait. Oh, thank you, mystery person. So you guys can't hear it, but there's a voice that just comes out from the ether who tells me what to do. It's not the usual voices. This is a different one. So before we toss it back over to JR, I want to thank everyone who's donated so far. Like I mentioned many times during this broadcast, HMA, Handbell Musicians of America, is a nonprofit organization. All the money raised is tax deductible and goes to the fine cause of promoting handbells in our schools and us advocating for our art forms. So for now, I'm going to say, unless Ed has a comment, anything to share, Ed, before we toss to JR?
Well, I had one question for you. Has that matching $500 been added to the total?
That's a great question, and I don't know the answer to that.
If it
I
hasn't,
do
we
not.
only have 400 to go.
I do not believe it has been added yet. So you are correct, sir. I will mention that to our talliers.
Well, that
our
gets us
busy
closer
beavers
to
behind the
9,000.
scenes.
Come on, folks, let's go for 11.
Ooh, all right, look at him. All right, we're going to send it over to JR.
Okay, so we're down to our last two prizes before we get to the last segment where we'll give away our grand prize winnings, and then all the names will go back onto the wheel for those. So for right now, we have another one of Malmark's Wonderful Bells, which will go to, and this is a genuine Malmark casting with the wooden handle and engraved as Merry Christmas. I'm starting to sound like one of those annoying ads that you get when you're playing Candy Crush over and over. And that'll go to Lori Austin. Okay, and we have one more HMA membership to give away. This will be a year's membership. It can be a new membership, which would start immediately, or if you are a recent renewal, it will start up whenever your membership expires again. So let's see who gets that HMA membership. Hillary Murata. Okay, so like I said, names are going back on the wheel, but you can still get your name added. All you need to do is call in, make us your pledge amounts, or make your donations. You're not calling in, you're doing it online now. Sorry about that. And we will have a couple more trivia questions come up. So there'll be a couple more chances for you to get back on the wheel. So our next guest is Michelle Sherrick. And Michelle didn't want to interview herself. So I will take you now to Greg Ashurst, who will take care of the honors of
that. All right, there we go.
How the tables have turned, huh?
The tables have turned. And, when Michelle had a little break, I took over and did an interview. And now I get to interview the interviewer. It's a lot of fun. Michelle, number one, we're so grateful for what you've done this evening for us. More importantly, we're so grateful for what you've done for handbells in general, and your love for handbells and all the gifts you share, not just your musical skills, but just everything you offer. We thank you for that very graciously. So,
my pleasure.
Michelle is a professional handbell person. That's the best way to describe it. But she's so much more. One of the things I want to talk about first is your life and your experience with Sonos. Can we start there?
We certainly can. Oh my goodness. It's kind of like this great big bright dividing line between one part of my life and another part of my life. It was 2001, the end of 2001. I was living in Cleveland, Ohio. I'd lived there for about 8 years at that time, almost 9. And, of course I knew about Sonos. I had seen them at Pinnacle 2000 in Las Vegas. I was on the Handbell L, the mailing list, and there were a few Sonosians on the list as well. And I saw that they were going to be doing a concert in New York City, and they had a workshop as well. And I was able to buy tickets to go to the concert, but the workshop I couldn't get any information about. So I wrote to Jason, and he wrote back and he says, "Well, yeah, we're working on that, but hey, if you're going to come out anyway, why don't you audition?" And I was like, what? So I had been a soloist for a number of years by that time, and I had directed bell choirs, but I had never rung in a high level ensemble. So it just so happened that for that Christmas season, Stowe Heritage Ringers down south of Cleveland needed a sub, and so they invited me to come. And I said, "This is great. They can help. I can get some experience with this. They can loan me some bass bells that I need for the audition. This will be great." So I did that, and we drove to New York. Oh, before that part, I came home and I said to Bree, they've invited me to audition, and if I'm going to audition, if I don't want to go through all that process, to not do it, to just say, "Oh, it was nice," but no, I said, if I get this, I actually want to go. And she said, "Go for it." So I immediately turned around and said, "Yes, I'm in." So I get to New York and I audition, and a few weeks later, I get a note from Jim Meredith. He says, "Welcome to Sonos. When can you be here?" So I moved from Cleveland to San Francisco area at the end of January. A day and a half later, I had my first rehearsal with Sonos. And it literally changed my life. So before this, I had been working in Cleveland as the manager of an IT department at a manufacturing firm. So I gave up a job in computers to move to California right when the bottom dropped out of the tech industry to play handbells. I moved across the country just to play handbells. And since then, first of all, working with Jim Meredith is just amazing. That man has more musical talent and knowledge in his little finger than I have time left in my life to learn. He's just absolutely amazing, so creative, so passionate about everything. And I went to conservatory as a flutist. It's not as if I wasn't a musician already, but everything I have learned from him is just, I can't even express the quantity and the quality of it. But since then, we've toured Japan 8 times. We've been to Estonia. Arsis hosted a cultural exchange festival. So there were ringers from Europe, Kirikou from Japan, Pizzazz from the UK, and Sonos from the United States. We were the main clinicians and concert people. And, we did that. Because of what I've learned from Sonos, I've applied that to my own practice and to my own teaching. I've played bells in 39 states and 9 countries. And none of that would have happened if it hadn't been for Sonos and Jim Meredith. And it's literally life-changing.
That's excellent. That's wonderful. So tell me about your being the artistic director of an ensemble called Timbre. What is Timbre? Tell us about it.
Okay. Well, when in late 2009, Bree's job was closing and she got a job in San Diego. And she says, well, what will that do? I had just gone back to school to finish my bachelor's degree. She says, what will that do for school? I said, well, they have universities down there. She says, what about Sonos? I said, well, if Taiko Otsubo can commute from Tokyo to play with Sonos, surely I can commute from San Diego. And so that's what I did. But while I was down here, I had always had this dream of doing like a small ensemble, not just a quartet, but a smaller ensemble than the full ensemble, to play music that was written specifically for handbells, not necessarily tonal music, just all kinds of different kinds of music. So when I moved down here, I contacted a few people that I knew, and around here I kept my ear to the ground, and we went to Distinctly Bronze West, and that's where I met, for example, Barbara Manka, who of course now is a teacher and conductor, nationwide herself, internationally even. And what I was looking for was problem-solving skills, because when you have more than just your 2 bells, it's more about logistics and problem solving and how do I do this and how do I get to that. And so we met and we realized we were going to be able to do this. And so then we had to choose a name. And so, there were lots of suggestions thrown in the hat, but we decided on Timbre for a couple of reasons. For one thing, because, there's forte and velocite and vibre, velocite. So, and Timbre. So we kind of match that whole gestalt, but really it's actually a slang word in French. It means little bell. So like, they're called pomegranate bells, like jingle bells. Literally that's what it means, but it's used slang to mean you're a little bit, il est un peu timbré. It means he's a little bit crazy. So I basically named the group the Dinglings, but it's in French, so it sounds better.
Très bien.
But we've played at National Seminar twice, and we've done work. We did Area 2's festival and Area 11's festival and Area 8's festival, and we've had a good run of it. And we're just starting a new show. It's called Shine. It's about creation and using the metaphor of the moon for that, and we're really looking forward to it. We just had one rehearsal last month. We've got another rehearsal coming up this Sunday, and we're always auditioning people to join. So if anybody out there thinks you can ring small ensemble stuff and you want to be around crazy people in California, let me know.
That is excellent. So one of the things I've learned most from you, in addition to being able to always use your Handbell Techniques DVD in my classroom, is your safe ringing, and that's a passion of yours. Obviously, it comes from a point of logic of personal safety, but tell me, how'd you get so engrossed in that particular area?
Well, I started ringing bells in 1991, and it was this little church choir, and they knew that I had been gone to music school, so I could read the bass clef, and I needed a bass ringer. My first rehearsal, we did Alexander's Ragtime Band, but within like less than a year, I hurt myself because I was taught to grasp the handle firmly and use wrist action to make it ring, and that may work for a C7, but it doesn't really work that well for a C3. So I hurt myself, and that was back in the days when I didn't have any insurance or anything, and so I had to figure out how to stop hurting because I love bells. It's so much fun. So this was on the day I had to go to the library, and I'm kind of aging myself here. We had those green periodical indexes that only had like a couple sentence description of different articles that, scientific papers. And so I researched on arm anatomy and ergonomics and such, and you'd have to request a specific thing. They pull out the microfilm, and you'd have to look at it and say, oh no, this doesn't really do what I wanted to. It just was very time consuming, but I'm nothing if not persistent. So I figured it out what it was, and I had bells, and I was trying to figure out how can we ring that's safe? How does the body work? So why is this harmful? And how can we ring that doesn't hurt? And doesn't get exhausted, because you go to these day-long festivals, and by the end of it, you're just like, wow, my back is really sore. So it kind of snowballed from there and just became this integrated method for whole body ringing. And then of course, when I came to Sonos and we would sit and talk about things as well, that also things that they had learned from teaching. So as you know, teaching is not just about imparting knowledge, it's about gaining knowledge. I have learned so much from everybody I've taught. And I'm so thankful for all those people who let me teach them, because they were teaching me too. But so when I finished my bachelor's degree, I was looking for grad school, and I had considered going to Concordia, in Michigan for the master's program. But then I thought, well, I really want to pursue this safe ringing thing a little more. And I mean, I knew that I was right, but I didn't have any official confirmation, nobody with like a degree who had said, yes, Michelle, you're right. So I said, okay, let me go there just to make sure I'm doing everything. And Shenandoah University had what was called a graduate certificate program in performing arts medicine. Now they call it a master's certificate, because apparently graduate certificate is confusing. In Europe, a graduate certificate is at the bachelor's level. In America, a master's certificate is at the graduate level. So they changed that name to master's certificate. It was an online program. 2 weekends in the year, you had to go to Virginia to the campus to take tests and things. And it was a 2-track program. They asked for arts educators and for medical professionals. And really the only difference was the very first semester, the medical professionals had to take music and dance terms, and the arts educators had to take medical terms. Let me tell you, kinesiology kicked me. It's really hard. It's all about torque and rotation and everything. It's very much engineering. But that and everything, and I took my bells with me to campus, and I asked my professor, I said, okay, this is what, about 6 in hand and this and everything. And she's like, yes, that's exactly right. So I'm like, excellent. And as you know, I'm kind of passionate about it. I'm a little outspoken.
That's a good thing.
Older, I'm learning. As I get older, I'm really learning how to modulate that. But I was really thrilled when John Banke asked me to do the certification, the Handbell Techniques curriculum for that, because I'm like, excellent. I get to tell everybody about this, and it's been, that was in 2010, I think it was 2010 or 11, and it's been fascinating over the past 10, 12 years to see that knowledge expand.
Yeah.
And when I talk about the 3 S's, stance, seat, and stroke, which is really the foundation of my method. And now I take other people's classes, and they've never been in any of my classes, and they'll just say, "Oh yeah, so we have stance, seat, and stroke." I'm like, yes. Oh, very edifying.
That's excellent. That's excellent. So on when I'm teaching my students, how I grade them is based on something I learned actually from Gary Hill, who's at Arizona State, and he said, there are levels of performance, and for my students, it's clueless, careless, careful, caring, convincing, and captivating. And I try to teach them that captivating is really only a handful of experiences in your lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Have you, or do you have any special handbell related performances that have been captivating in your life, that have really left its mark on your love of handbells and who you are as a musician?
Yes. The first one is actually Sonos. We were able to play, we commissioned a piece, and we're actually able to play it with Kronos Quartet.
Yeah.
Which, for those of you out there who may not know about them, they are a famous string quartet. I think they started sometime in the 80s, maybe the late 70s. They became, nowadays we'd call it viral, but they became kind of famous for doing Jimi Hendrix's Purple Haze on as a quartet.
Yeah.
But they're known for doing new music, for doing hard music, for doing music that's not only hard to perform, but also hard to hear sometimes. Very out there. And it had always been a dream of Jim Meredith for Sonos to play with Kronos. It's part of the reason he chose the name Sonos. And we finally had that opportunity. And we played this piece called Yahweh, which was a 4-movement piece. And let me tell you, there is not a harder piece of handbell music than that piece. It's insane. We had, I think, parts of 10 sets of bells just to do it. Because there's no resetting between the movements here. Right. We had all of these tables. So the quartet was in the middle, and we surrounded them to play this. And the ringers moved from table to table occasionally or delivered things. But that piece was just, and we only played 1 concert of it. And I wish we'd been able to play more, but that was just an amazing experience to go and make that happen, to play with these people that I had always, respected and idolized, even from a young teenager, to actually, oh my gosh, we're playing with Kronos. I had a friend of mine lived in London, and he was in Boston to attend a conference, and happened to be over that weekend. And so he flew to San Francisco to come and watch us do this. So it's actually farther from Boston to San Francisco than it is from Boston to London. So wow. My other, when it's as a soloist, I was invited to teach in Lutherstadt-Wittenberg in Germany. And as Karen Van Wert was talking earlier, they have handbells at the Castle Church, which is another thing. A group here from California got a donation of bells and took it over for them. And I actually got to go and teach them a little bit about that as well. But they invited me to play a solo concert at Luther's church, which was just amazing. The whole church, this was 2016, I think, or 15, one of the two, maybe 15, because they were doing the renovation for 2017 was the 500th anniversary of the Reformation. So they were doing renovations, and the whole place was just completely covered in scaffolding. The time I had been there before, there was none of that. So we actually got to see stuff around inside, but the whole place was just like that. And so I got to do the solo concert there, and the local newspaper reviewed it. And they said it was angelic. And I just that meant a lot. I mean, I work for a Lutheran church now. I've been a Lutheran on and off now for 30 years, I think. And so it was just really special to have that opportunity to play there and for it to be enjoyed by so many people.
That's incredible. That's wonderful. So I didn't know what Derek was going to do for that.
Well, we have a couple of videos.
Oh, we do. Excellent. I would love to see.
Okay, so if I may, a third thing that was really cool in my handbell journey was that, you know, my bachelor's degree is in visual and performing arts from California State University in San Marcos, California, near San Diego. And as part of that, I did a senior recital. And so one of the pieces that I did for that, and the recital featured me as a soloist, me as an ensemble player, me as a conductor. And Susan Nelson, I approached her and I said, hey, you know, what have you got? What can you do for me? So she wrote this piece called Sound Shards that was for prepared piano, percussion, handbells, marimba, and a drone instrument. So I actually it's an electronic tambura, which Indian musicians will buy, like if they play other instruments rather than the drone instrument, they need a drone. So they buy this electronic thing and it's got several different modes. So we turned that on and I got some other students to help me play, and Sound Shards, it's really a cool piece. And I hope he's going to play that soon, because it was very cool to learn. It was very cool to play.
That is exciting. Wow, that was spectacular. Chamber music is my first love, and that was incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that. Before we wrap this up, I have one more question, and it's not just a question for you. It's for everyone who's ever played a handbell or been moved by a handbell experience. And I hope that they'll share it on social media, everywhere that they can think of. Put it in newsprint for, wherever you can get it, and finish the statement. And I said this at the International Symposium as well, but finish this statement for me. Because of handbells, what?
Because of handbells, I have seen the world. I have met people I never would have met before. I have learned things about myself. I have learned things about music that I never thought I would. And I've had these amazing experiences because of handbells. I am the person I am today because of handbells.
As it is with me. I've met my closest friends are because of handbells. And so I'm so grateful for that. And so with that, I thank you so much for letting me spend some time with you and hearing from you. And we're going to send it on over to Linda, I think, for one more final wrap up here.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you so much.
Hi, it's Linda and Ed. Ed, would you like to announce the total?
Well, if you can see the total on the screen, we have surpassed the $10,000 goal. Right now, sitting at $10,291.66. And thank you. Congratulations to all. And your generosity is amazing. If you haven't given and still want to, that doesn't mean we're done. Just keep doing it. But we sure appreciate everybody tonight playing along. It's been a great night.
It absolutely has been a great night. Thank you to everyone who donated tonight, who participated as an interviewee, who provided videos, and especially thank you to Michelle for hosting and doing all the interviews, or most of them, and to Greg for filling in for some interviews, and our fearless technology leader, Derek, who again has been herding some of us clueless cats through some of this technology. So thank you to Derek. And thank you to everyone who's been volunteering and the staff working behind the scenes. We're all talking about on the side here how our backs are asleep and we're all a little stiff, but it has been well worth sitting in our offices for 6 hours to spend this time with all of you and what handbells can do, all the different ways they can be performed and all the ways you can connect with people. And we're just so very grateful that you took some time on your December evening here, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, and spend some time with us. Any final words, Ed?
Well, thanks to all those who came on, those performers. It's great to see all the different kinds of things we have going on. And I know you've said it, but each one was so different and so innovative and so creative. And we've been just really blessed by all of them and by all those behind the team working on this tonight. And thank you to you, especially as your first one instead of an interviewee, but jumping on and doing it. Been great.
I survived. Thank you. The big thing now is we have 3 grand prizes to be awarded. 2 amazing commissions and I think an awesome prize, which is registration to our national seminar in Irving, Texas this summer. So I'm going to send it over to JR. But before I do, thank you again to everyone who has donated. And let's go to JR.
Thank you. And it's been a lot of fun. I can't believe it's been 6 hours already. But it's been a great time hanging out on screen with Ed and Linda and Michelle. But then we've got plenty of behind the scenes people that have been chatting this whole time. We've got, of course, Derek, as Linda said, the technology king to get all this working. But then also staff members, Marie Clyatt Larson and Maya Dunzala, who have been keeping track of the trivia questions, the correct answers, and feeding me the names for both that and for the donations as well. So as you can see, that prize wheel is filled back up. So everybody who has answered a correct question, now get your name back with a chance to win one of our grand prizes. So the first one we're going to give away is a music commission by Sandra Tucker. And that goes to Mark Froelich. Congratulations, Mark. And by the way, if you are on and would send an email to jrsmith@handbellmusicians.org, just in case that's not a name we have in our database, to give us your contact information. Okay, moving right along. I loved listening to Hart Morris's arrangement of Beer Barrel earlier. And our next commission is by Hart Morris. And that commission will go to Jane Peaster. And then again, since right now I don't have time to look up names and put them in the chat, if you would go ahead and send an email to that address, just so we can be sure that we have your contact information. And now, as we look forward to Irving, Texas for Seminar 2023, we have one lucky person coming with a free registration. And that would be Jill Feeden. Okay, that wraps it up for the prizes, but please don't stop giving. If you just tuned into the Ring-a-Thon, hold on, I'm getting a message here. We're going to spin the prize wheel again for the registration for National Seminar. Jill Feeden is actually the president of the board, and I'm just told that she gets a free registration anyway. So we're going to spin it again for the National Seminar registration. Thought it was over, didn't you? Evelyn DeMoss. Congratulations, Evelyn. We'll look forward to seeing you in Texas next summer. So thank you all again. It's been a lot of fun spinning this thing again, giving stuff away, and we'll be contacting those of you who have won prizes and get you in touch with the people that have donated those. So back to Ed and Linda.
Hey, here we all are.
Actually, it's all of us.
It's the whole gang.
Yeah.
The mystery man in the corner there is Derek. Hi, Derek.
Hey, thought I'd join you at the very end.
Yes, thank you for being a very polite and kind voice in my ear throughout the day. Patience, yes. Patience of a saint, no doubt. And like JR mentioned,
thank you for talking me off the ledge when my audio went right at the beginning.
Well, congratulations, Linda, for making it through your first stream. I know these are incredibly long.
Thanks.
So.
Thank you.
Did you guys notice my electricity stayed on all day?
Look at that. It's a win.
My electricity stayed on.
So I'm very grateful to Maya and Marie, too, because they've been working hard behind this, making some magic. Michelle, you were fantastic. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you to our donors.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes,
I'm always amazed that this event raises so much money every year. This was a stupid joke back in 2020, and it's now become a thing that's an annual event.
Right?
So I love it.
That's awesome.
So is the universe still seeing us, Derek, or are we just chatting?
No, the universe can still see us. I haven't actually ended this yet.
I just wanted to make sure.
I've got the title screen queued up
viewers.
Whenever you want to finish.
Okay, so we just need to say goodbye.
Let's say goodbye. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching.
Let's do the
Thank you
wave.
so much, everybody. Let's do it again next year. Bye.
The sitcom wave. Bye.